Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we're going to be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. You know, we are experiencing a bit of a shift today energetically, and I just kind of want to make you aware of it. So I'm just going to keep on articulating what we're potentially experiencing right now with this many planets in Aries, specifically as we're going through, especially as we're moving into Aries season. The thing we have to understand is that Aries energy works best in bursts, is the best way I can describe it. It works best in bursts, which means I would not be surprised right now if you feel, and when we have a lot of the planets that are in the sign of Aries as we're going through Aries season, it can feel like a lot of those bursts of energy coming through very quickly, which means I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling moments where you're feeling extremely motivated, and then a few moments later you just feel like boom, like you're back to being in the space by which you feel energetically exhausted. We've got a lot. It's like they're bursts, they're spurts of bursts, if that makes sense. It's the best way I can describe it. Spurts of bursts. So it's like boom, 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 boom. And the thing about it is we're having a bit of a lunation shift today from the energy moving out of Aries into Taurus. And so that can sometimes feel very sudden and very abrupt, because the thing about it is Taurus energy has a lot more to do with torque. Okay, it's a lot more. It's about it's working through more in terms of feeling like stabilization or heaviness. So, let that kind of fortify you or prepare you for any type of energetic shifts that you may be feeling later this afternoon or in a few hours, as it were. Now, the other thing we're effectively seeing right now, and we're going to talk a bit about this, is this energy is having a big impact as it relates to relationship cycles. And specifically, what we're potentially energetically seeing there has a lot to do with the observation of being able to identify and recognize the significance or what it is that we are effectively working through. And also the modality by which I want to kind of describe this. There's something about this energy right now that I want to articulate feels very similar to working through the frustration of overwhelm or a lot of things happening at once. Patience is important right now. And when I say patience, I mean not just patience for the self, but patience as one is working towards one's manifestation goals. Everything can be done in the context of time, right? And the time that we're effectively able to put forth towards things helps us, right? The time that we're able to put towards things helps us energetically align. Now that the problem is when we're working with the finalitude of time, we can sometimes feel the frustration in terms of not having enough of it or utilizing it as well as we can. And I want to kind of identify that some of the work that we potentially see right now may be feeling the energetic, like if you're feeling like you have a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it, I also kind of want to give you the fact that that's the type of energy that we're currently in as well. And I don't want you effectively communicating upon your frustrations at time or taking your frustrations of time out on others. Because, you know, and I think it has to do with like the only thing I can kind of describe about this, and I want to just kind of explain this. Aries energy moving into Taurus can sometimes add a feeling of energetic irritation to things, or make us feel like it can make us feel less than great, as it were, specifically because what we effectively work through is the observation of being able to effectively build into the context of our own sense of energetic purpose. Now, this is having a different impact depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bear in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And we're going to start first by talking a little bit about what we were seeing in the cards of masculine in yesterday's read. If you want to see yesterday's spread, you can find it over on the place where you can also find it over on the stack. Effectively, the cards that we saw yesterday and it was very interesting. And if you're a tarot nerd, I would encourage you to go look at the spread, because there was a lot of similarity in the headspace that we were observing between masculine and feminine energy. And a lot of that work that we were effectively identifying there has to do with the focus or the observation on the difference in how we perceive versus how we receive. And for a lot of the masculine energy working to heal, that observation of effectively like what it looks like for masculine to be in more of a performative state, right? Which is the performative masculine energy that often feels like it's effectively offering something that isn't effectively conscientious of the person, what the person needs, but rather what feels good to the self to offer, right? The observation about the difference between performative, right, performative gifts, or the space by which we give something because it's actually energetically necessary versus something that we ourselves need. This is how we can sometimes see, right, the egoic goodwill that's projected onto things, which is not necessarily the observation of the active listening in terms of what another articulates, but rather, right, the observation of the self that one gives another, failing to be informed by the person that one is moving towards, right? And I feel like it's that observation that is effectively fortifying a lot of that energy, specifically and particularly in the observation of, and it even like, I need to point this out, like we do this often in the space of energetic critique. We do this often in the space of doing something that we're feeling like we're offering an energetic gift. If it's not requested, it's not a gift, right? And so often the modality by which we effectively identify that, we just keep on seeing that for some of the energy doing that work, right? Working through the frustration and irritation of irate energy, right? The modality of seeing another person becoming irate because they're giving things that they themselves wish that they could receive, but others are not inclined to take, right? This is a lot of the observation of the masculine that recognizes that healthy healing in the space of relationship is active listening in terms of what another person is asking for. And that is the modality by which, when we effectively are working to be conscientious of each other's wishes, then the things that we give each other feel, right? They feel like blessings, they feel like benefits. But rather, when we're in the modality by which we offer something to another that we ourselves need, without being energetically conscientious as to that space or that place by which they themselves are recognizing or identifying such, then that observation effectively allows the context of recognizing, right, the unhealed pathwork that often finds offense in things, right? It's like the formula for creating unnecessary offense in the modality of offering something to someone that you perceive as a gift, but they don't perceive as a gift. And then in the experience of them not energetically knowing what to do with it, right? The energetic offense that rises up because, right, we aren't being vulnerable or articulating upon what those needs are, right? This is a lot of the energy that often sees, this is masculine energy, often seeing the tendency of masculine to effectively scar themselves in the process of trying to build relationship, because the masculine is effectively offering things that they themselves understand, but others find inscrutable, and then feeling energetic offense because what is needed is vulnerability, right? So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation, right? The healthy relationship that allows the clarification as it relates to articulating upon what the needs are. This is what becomes the framework of healthy relationship. Now for feminine, this is a lot of the feminine I see that are healing from situations or circumstances by which others hold them, right? This is feminine just recognizing, right? That when, as you work to heal, you'll hold healthy boundaries, and energy will be offended by your healing for having them, right? Like that's just the frustration of circumstances or situations. It's literally, I like, and again, if we were in a world by which that wasn't the case, it would be a better place. But this is because for a lot of the feminine, recognizing that one of the hard parts about trying to heal in the world that we're in right now is the energetic expectation that feminine should not necessarily have their own purpose, but be in the modality of helping to forward or advance the purposes of others, right? This is a lot of the feminine energy that's healing from those narratives by which the feminine is often reviled for not being overgiving, right? For not being in the space by which they feel that they themselves energetically disappear, in the space by which they start to identify their own purpose to be known. And so for a lot of the feminine energy, we see that observation of effectively standing within the framework of the self, right? This is what feels so painful for feminine energy that works to heal, because this is feminine energy that understands that they will work to heal. They'll be making the wisest decisions that they'll ever make. And there will be energy that will literally be offended by the fact that the feminine is holding healthy standards and boundaries in the first place. And those are effectively understanding, and this is a lot of the feminine doing the work that understands and recognizes that standards are never offensive so long as they're reciprocal, right? If the standards that we're effectively holding to are something that feels energetically reasonable, something that we would willingly give to someone else, this is a lot of the feminine energy that's getting more stable in having them, but also working through the frustration or the feelings in the observation, right? You will never see more, right, what you're healing from than the moment that one holds standards, right? Because if you're holding a standard and someone becomes volatile or reactive for holding that standard, well, now you see where the standard needs to become a boundary, right? It validates and articulates our own energetic frustration as it relates to things. So we see that for a lot of the feminine doing so. What's beautiful about that is I do see, and again, it does feel very much like the conversation with the energy, the modality by which, right, and this is the hard part about it, when feminine isn't in a space of healing, that's feminine sometimes feeling like they get that from other feminine energy that has not proceeded on the same healing journey, right? The feminine energy that tries to articulate upon the overgiving as some kind of quality or characteristic to be aspired for, rather than really recognizing something that needs to be managed, because it literally builds into the context of feminine driving themselves forward towards their own exhaustion point. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And what was really fascinating about the cards that we saw in the non-binary space yesterday was that we observed a Tower card in its reversal in combination with a Tower card in its upright state. And so what do we effectively see in situations and circumstances by which we see an upright Tower in context with a reverse Tower? The recognition and the observation of working through circumstances or situations. The thing about it is, I feel like for a lot of this energy, they've been doing their shadow work for quite some time. And the thing about this type of energy that we're effectively working through right now is the understanding and the observation of the things that we energetically fear. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, the recognition point, right? The recognition point that some of the worst trauma they've ever experienced has come in the form of another person insisting that they were trying to help someone. It's understanding that the word help is only help if it is desired to be received, right? Because the greatest trauma, like the greatest trauma you will often experience, is another person that is advocating upon the fact that one needs energetic help, when one is because it's the space by which another person isn't actively listening as to what is energetically needed or necessary. So we see that for a lot of that energy, the ability to hold appreciation for autonomy is the most important aspect or quality, because it's the observation of understanding that when we are energetically mindful of each other's autonomy, then the ability to effectively recognize and articulate upon what that is, the ability to work through things effectively. This is how we derive and define help, because that is the holistic help. It's the help that is necessary and needed, and thus it is received, rather than the overactive ego that often creates trauma and convinces themselves they're doing what is energetically best for everyone and anything, being mindless of actually listening, right? It's the modality by which energy said, like, here screams and says, oh, thank you for the applause, and being like, that's not positive, right? It's not the space by which another person is happy. But often we recognize the power of weaponized neglect is the modality by which another person does not listen to another when they speak normally, and then their voice raises further, and then their voice raises further, until finally another person is screaming, and another person describes that energy as energetically hostile. So we see that this is a lot of the energy that is mindful about the modality of effectively articulating upon their feelings on things, and not just articulating upon their feelings upon things, but doing so from a place of modality. And literally, like, the modulation point that we effectively see is the fact of them effectively working towards understanding the significance of modulation, because that modularity effectively allows us to understand the difference between being energetically incensed but still being able to communicate something clearly, versus the modality by which conflict occurs or trauma occurs, by which another person does not have the level at the portionality of the emotions that allows one to be able to effectively communicate properly. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively doing that work, like almost like I wouldn't be surprised if those are situations by which another person articulates trauma, and in the modality by which they see the trauma, they look closer. Instead, right, instead of just effectively navigating this space, like I keep on hearing, trauma or traumatized, right? The modality of often, I keep on hearing the modality by which the energy causing trauma often articulates a traumatization. But again, having to effectively look further into things to understand the energetic source of harm that occurs in circumstances or situations. This is energy that understands and recognizes the value and power of healthy investigation, and that's why they start with the self first, and also they apply that to circumstances and situations outside the self, because it's through that that they are able to effectively identify and understand what they themselves have had to work to heal through, and allowing that to be the informative point that helps them heal the relationships around them. Now, this is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to come, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've been seeing energetically prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students before we get started to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the ability to receive a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you an update on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon energy that we experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goal and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also offered dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Welcome. Good to see you today, Shani. Hi there, Avatar. Welcome. This is exactly what it feels like. Thank you for confirmation on the energy right now, Avatar. And thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Professional, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you today. Evox, it's been a minute. How are you doing, dear? Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you. And thank you for the baby dragon. As well, Stella, you are the first person on the list. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Jana, thank you for those. Thank you for recharging your heart needs. Please remember, if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card right now, make sure that you are recharging your heart needs when we get to the 1 card readings for super fans. Also, please remember, if anybody will take a moment to head over to the place where we keep the photos and give me a follow there, I will be reading you an affirmation today from the Guide for the Advanced Soul. And if you're already following me over on the place where we keep the photos, sharing the live with 3 individuals there, I will also be happy to also give you an affirmation today. Thank you as well. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Grand Rising, Dada, good to see you. How are you doing today, Per? Welcome. Yes. We just need a J. I love that. I love that, Evox. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Avatar. I appreciate you. Good to see you today, Sister Shine. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Pisces. I'm glad you caught us as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Typically, whoever is on the list before we start the daily collective will have priority in being read for. Nobody was on the list today, so we're going to be diving straight into the daily collective. Please remember, we've got 2 giveaways we're doing today. The first reading giveaway is a free reading for the highest gifter. So make sure you are tapping that screen. And make sure if you are participating in that, I wish you a lot of luck in that giveaway. Currently, we see that that is being held by Avatar. So thank you so much, Avatar, for those gifts. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 14.1K. So thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We will get to 50K in no time. And also just a reminder, if anybody is on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I will be happy to add you to the list as well. You'll be the 2nd person read for today. If you are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. That said, no better time than the present. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody would like to catch this reading live. Oh, Per, you got on the list as well. Thank you for confirming, dear. I have you on, and you will be 2nd read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. We are going to be starting our day today with a harmonic energy update. We are going to start specifically with the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today. First 2 cards, we are starting our reading off today with our we have here the Page of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the 3 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively seeing specifically and particularly in relationality to this energetic cycle. Now, one of the things that we've been identifying is there's a lot of work that we've been recognizing as it relates to being able to build into a sense of energetic perseverance. This is a continuation in building into a lot of the work that we see that is related to the World card, remembering that the relationships that are currently either the energy that is either in solitude right now or working to move into partnership are focusing on a lot of the lessons that we see in that card, which is why we are identifying them as such. And the importance that we effectively identify and recognize when it comes to a lot of the work that we see in the World card is the ability to effectively find the energetic strength to be able to do things in ways, or being able to see things in ways that one hasn't been able to see them before. And there's a lot of that effective adaptability that we recognize in those modalities or experiences. And I need to stress right now, this is not the time to be assuming anything, okay? Because the experience by which we put our force of intention towards things, the ability to identify and recognize the conditionality by which we ourselves work to effectively allow for change to occur, it's not easy, right? It requires us to effectively step out of our comfort zone. But it's also the mutual observation that when we're stepping out of our comfort zone in little ways, that is how we are effectively getting stronger. And the thing about it is, it's like the problem with becoming stronger is that we always feel a little bit vulnerable as we're doing so, right? There's a lot of that observation of the feeling of the vulnerability that fortifies. And this is why we talk about why it's so important to become friendly with your vulnerability. Because if you understand that the strongest things you will ever do, you will feel absolutely vulnerable in the doing of them, then you don't wait for confidence to do things, right? And the thing about it is the way that confidence appears outside the self versus how it feels to wear confidence is often the modality by which we understand that is the stabilization or the modulation. Confidence is just modulating upon our fear, right? And when you understand that the shape of confidence is modulating on your fear, then you don't wait for a disassociative state to find confidence. Because when you're waiting for a disassociative state to find confidence, then you're just waiting until you don't care anymore, right? Like you're waiting until you don't care anymore. And that's what I keep on getting. It's the two different qualities that we understand in confidence, right? The confidence that is careful is the confidence that has meaning, because it's a confidence that is aware, right? The confidence that is aware of navigating the fear as they effectively dare to do things that they've never dared to do before. While is often the energy that articulates upon the fact that they found confidence, right? The difference between the confidence that often eschews caring in order to be found, we often recognize, I feel like this is a lot of the energy in solitude that is being able to get better at telling the difference, right? And how can you tell the difference? Well, why don't we draw the center card in today's spread to find out? Center card for today's spread, and this is moving us into those moon relationships, the Hermit card in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see that, because you have to understand this is a lot of the work that we observed was occurring for a lot of those relationships that were moving, that a lot of the moon relationships. Now, specifically, the relationship cycle that we're talking about that is working on the World card lessons right now, were happening between now and around, I want to say around January 18th of this year, which was when we saw the Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season. The energy between the Capricorn new moon and Uranus stationing retrograde in Taurus initially, or when Uranus was stationing retrograde, those were the moon relationships. And I got to tell you, these relationships were working into the space of having a healthy sense of fear, right? And why do we see the fact that they were working through a healthy sense of fear? Because the healthy sense of fear that they were bringing to something was the observation of them being more careful with their energy, right? The perseverance, they're recognizing the perseverance it's taken for them to effectively energetically arrive to circumstances or situations, right? And what everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that is there's something really important that we effectively see that's occurring, and a lot of that space that I identify there has to do with navigating, right? It's having to navigate the centrifugal force of energetic purpose. Now, the hard part about it is often when we're working through the centrifugal point of purpose, the hard part about it is we see this when it comes to energetic alignment, because we have to be unified as it relates to our purpose in order to effectively find relationships that are strong enough to hold our purpose. Because what often happens in the modality by which we have a purpose, but that purpose is not one that another person doesn't understand, then it often creates a space by which another person moves towards it and then they move away from it just as quickly, because the same thing that effectively attracts them is the thing that another person articulates will ruin the relationship. It's the repelling point, right? So this is a lot of the energy. The reason we saw that these relationships were so trepidatious about moving into partnership is they had been hurt before as it relates to relationships that were building into the space of not being able to navigate the centrifugal force of purpose. But what happens here is this is a lot of energy that has been built into a relationship where another person has a purpose that is just as powerful as their own. And when we build into the space by which we have aligned purpose, then we don't feel the energetic centrifugal force of it, because it feels like we are effectively energetically expanding. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, those moon relationships, that understanding of being able to work through the energetic expansion, we keep on observing that for a lot of those relationships, it's creating the space by which they're working to heal. Because not only are they understanding, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of energy or relationships right now that are moving into a deeper sense of union, because a lot of the deeper sense of union that we are understanding that is occurring right now is the deeper sense of union with the recognition that they've found the energetic home and relationship by which their own purpose does not feel like third party, but a relationship that feels like it can house, right? It can house the full fortitude of the relationship. It's the unification point, and I keep on hearing it's profound, right? And that profoundness is what is potentially activating or moving someone deeper into the energetic relationship. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. 2 cards to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Wheel of Fortune in its upright in combination with our Judgment card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about that Wheel of Fortune in its upright with the Judgment card, because the Wheel of Fortune in its upright and the Judgment card, I want to describe the hardest energy that we're potentially seeing right now is the energy that is deep within divine union. Because, and just kind of working through, right, there's alignment that's happening, but the alignment that we're seeing is coming through right now is holding, right, patience and perseverance in relationality to what we're energetically working towards. So we see that for a lot of that energy, I just keep on seeing there's something about being very patient with their expansion, which is I keep on seeing it's the space by which they're not building into the feeling of energetically racing through things, but the modality by which they're effectively addressing things as energetically necessary, because I keep on seeing that this is like the energy that effectively articulates to one another. That it's interesting because I almost feel like the conversation they're having is the understanding that Profound, profound change occurs in the shape of subtle changes, right? Profound change occurs in the shape of subtle changes, which is often the modality by which you allow for profound change in, not by doing something energetically drastic, but doing things that are energetically nourishing and positive, right? A lot of that work, and I keep on hearing this, is often a little bit of discomfort every day, gets one into the space by which one is able to figure out, right, the energetic routine that allows one to be able to do everything. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is effectively working through that. And a lot of that, I keep on getting like a lot of that adaptability point is, I keep on getting like, I keep on seeing, they're not being as precious with their schedules, or they're being more energetically amendable, because I just keep on seeing that that is the work of, right, I keep on hearing like the subtle nuance changes that allow for everything to be energetically possible. Now, continuing to get clarification between that Page of Pentacles energy and the Three of Swords in its upright, can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Queen of Swords in its upright. So working through the Queen of Swords energy here, I like to see this energy when it comes to the energy in solitude right now, right? Because this is basically what we're identifying, the feeling of those relationships that are coming through. And I want to point out, right, this is not sweeping, right? This is subtle. This is strong. This is energetically empowering, right? And again, this also speaks towards, right? And I think that what's nice about this is the energy that is in identifying, right? Like they're identifying one of the greatest qualities that one can find as it relates to counterpart connection, which is fortification through changes, right? The ability to effectively work through or identify what work is needed, but not just what work is needed, the ability to effectively articulate and express what the needs are, right? This is energy, like these world relationships are all, like, I'm not like, it makes sense. The world relationships are all about addressing things. The world relationships are all about addressing things, which is the modality by which everything is possible, so long as it has the proper address, right? And I like to point out, this is a lot of the energy that is healing. Like there's no passive aggressiveness in these relationships. They're working to divest themselves of passive aggressiveness, because I keep on seeing that the relief of having someone with a clear address is effectively the ability to articulate and recognize, right? The ability to ask for something, and then how easy it is to energetically receive it, right? This is call and response. This is ask and I will answer, right? This is the modality. There's no beating around the bush with this energy. That was all the moon relationships. Is what I keep on, like, I don't want to say it so much in the moon relationships, but the thing about it is, it's like this is like look at the reality, right? Like look at the energetic reality that we're potentially articulating here. Like look at all of that clarity. And the modality by which we're able to effectively identify and recognize the clarity, then this is effectively the energy that I see is able to identify and recognize how clear something can be. But not just how clear something can be, but the experience by which we're able to effectively express what something energetically means to us, right? And I keep on seeing that this is the energy, and I want to describe it. Some of this energy is in the modality by which they're healing from experiences, by which they're experiencing the mind's ability to wrap sentiment around trauma. But even in the experience by which they're wrapping sentiment around trauma, what we're effectively identifying and seeing is the experience by which they themselves are healing, because they're experiencing true sentiment in new relationship, right? They're not feeling the need of having to put the sentiment on later, but rather the modality by which they're experiencing it firsthand. Now, this brings us to the Three of Swords in combination with the Hermit card in its reversal. And that's bringing us to that Death card energy in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about that Death card energy in its reversal, because the Death card energy in its reversal effectively articulates upon our own state of experience by which we ourselves feel energetic limitation. And this is talking about the profound healing that's occurring for a lot of these moon relationships right now. Because the thing I need to point out with these moon relationships, there's a lot of healing that's happening there. These moon relationships had decided that their purpose ruined things, right? Like they had come into, prior to coming into the relationship that they find themselves in now, they had decided that they had come to the false premise of feeling that their purpose was not cut out for partnership. And they're finally finding partnership in the modality of an experience by which another person's purpose feels like it is harmonious with their own. But there's a lot of feelings that are potentially coming up because they're recognizing the unalignment in past relationships that made one feel like their purpose was too much to bear. And so we see that for a lot of those relationships, there's sadness, right? It's like they're re-mourning those relationships, but they're re-mourning the trauma that they didn't realize that they were experiencing in the modality of another not having the energetic ability, right, to hold their arms around the person and the purpose, right? Because that is the energy of someone recognizing someone who is just in love with one of their facets instead of their complete person. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. Clarification between that Hermit card in its reversal and the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Two of Cups in its reversal. I like the thing with the Two of Cups in its reversal, deep within divine union, is the Two of Cups in its reversal, deep within divine union, works us through our own feelings of inadequacy, right? And I need to stress this because like the thing about like the thing about the Two of Cups in its reversal, when we're working into the context of inadequacy, is the feeling by which the space by which we often feel energetically inadequate. Others don't feel our inadequacy, right? Like I don't like that the inadequacy is often the illusion, right? Because the inadequacy that we often feel prevents us from being able to see ourselves with clarity, right? Like and the problem is, and I need to stress this, trauma fills us with feelings of inadequacy, right? Trauma is basically an inadequacy delivery service, right? It's the modality by which something happens and it's always your fault. Do you ever notice that? Right? That's what the trauma says. Oh, you know, if you had done this, if you had done that, right? It's always the trauma. The trauma always points the finger, right? The trauma is always pointing the finger back at another person, right? It's the observation by which, right, the energy effectively articulates upon the reasons and conditions by which another person's wronging you, right? Like that's what the trauma does. The trauma likes nothing more than to articulate by pointing the finger why another person is going about harming you, right? And saying, well, I wouldn't be harming you if you had just done this. I wouldn't be harming you if you had just done that. I wouldn't be hurting you right now if you had just done blah, blah, blah. And this is why it's so toxic to get into a space of reactivity. Because when we recognize, right, trauma will find a reason in the most kind things, right? When you're in a trauma environment, it doesn't matter what you do, because the trauma isn't looking, right? The trauma isn't looking for blessings, it's looking for the slightest harm. And when you recognize that trauma environments look for the slightest harm, then you effectively understand that the only thing wrong you're doing is looking for perfectitude in a space by which another person is only seeking wrongness, right? And the moment that you clear yourself of that is often the modality by which you energetically move away from it, right? And so I feel like that's a lot of energy that is deep within divine union that is had to make peace with that, you know? And the space by which you make peace for that with that, it's painful, right? It's, you make peace and it's not a pleasant perception. But I need to point out, this is what I meant about observing and working through a point of clarity, because I keep on seeing when we are able to see something with clarity, right? We don't over internalize what we see, right? When we see something with clarity, we don't over internalize what we see. We observe and we proceed, right? And when we observe and we proceed is when we start to heal. And that's why we articulate upon observe, don't absorb, because the observation is informative. And the modality by which, the only way, and this is what I mean with these temperance relationships, they understand this, right? Everything is possible to change, but the work must be mutual. If the work is not mutual, the work cannot be energetically performed. So the modality by which another person understands that the quality by which you can heal something can only be done in the space by which another person heals it. If not, you often feel like you come into those infinitely exhaustive zones by which one person is constantly trying to shore up something that another person is perpetually tearing apart, right? And that's what we get in relationality to understanding the quality and condition of the value and significance of moving towards things in a unified fashion. Because when you're working towards things in a unified fashion, there is one thing that will help to guide you, and that is being able to see the fact that something is having a progressive change, the ability to see the energetic changes that are occurring in the space of putting in that work, rather than going into those modalities by which we often experience the unhealthy relationship where it feels like one person is constantly shoring up where another person is energetically taking away from. And so for a lot of these relationships, effectively observing situations or circumstances that sometimes feel like that, we see that this is a lot of the energy that is effectively working through the positivity or the understanding of recognizing and identifying the force of intention by which we bring forth to things. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships, doing that work, that observation is what is energetically empowering their actions, continuing to get clarification between the Wheel of Fortune in its upright and the Judgment card in its reversal. We've got here the Nine of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about that Nine of Cups in its upright. The Nine of Cups in its upright. And this is what we effectively see that's happening for a lot of the energy in solitude. The ability of being able to see, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like a lot of these energies in solitude right now are moving into a relationship in that feels like, I keep on getting, the significance is being able to find the gratitude of the self, is what I keep on getting. And what do we mean by the gratitude of the self? The gratitude of the self is holding oneself in a space by which one holds carefully and kindly what we bring to circumstances or situations, right? The energetic gift that we find in terms of trying to bring something forth as offering. And the modality by which we are patient with our work is often the amplification by which we're able to express our care, right? It's the space by which we effectively identify and we work towards things, and we work towards things steadily. And each day, and I keep on seeing this, right? Each day we put a little bit of force towards something, and that's how we get there, right? And first it feels impossible. And this is often, and this is what we talk about with that shift that we often experience, right? This is often, I like, for me in a way, I really like the shift between Aries and Taurus, because it talks to us about what it feels like to build a practice for ourselves, right? And what do we mean by what does it feel like to build a practice for ourselves? At first it feels impossible, and then you feel silly doing it. And then you get frustrated at yourself because it feels like nothing is happening or you're not seeing any energetic result for it. And then the one day comes up and you do it without thinking, right? It's no longer something you have to put a force of intention to, but it starts to become as natural as breathing. And that's effectively often what we see in the transfer point between Aries and Taurus, right? It's that force of pressure, right? Because we talk about the fact that Aries is burst energy. So there you have, like, there you are, like bursting at something, and you feel like you're bursting at the seams, and you're getting really frustrated at yourself, and it feels like you're never going to get good at it, and it feels like it's energetically impossible. And then 1 minute, right? And it literally sometimes happens in the blink of an eye, right? And it's not the fact that it happens in a blink of an eye, but it's the modality by which all of those times, right? All of those times that you were sitting there and you were doing something and it felt impossible, you were strengthening something, right? You were strengthening something within you. You are strengthening something within you every single time. And with every energetic repetition, no matter how frustrating it was, something within you is getting stronger. And what is that strength? The ability to do something longer, right? The ability to do something longer. And it only comes towards us when we put all of that chaotic, right? That frustrating burst energy into things. But that's the modality by which, right? That's the modality by which we become better at things. It's the modality by, and this is why we talk about you have to make friends with your frustration, because your frustration effectively articulates the desire that you have to have finesse on something, right? And when you think about, right, when you think about your frustration as a conversation, what does the frustration say? The frustration sits there and complains about the fact that it wishes that it was finesse, right? Like there's all of your frustration. Like there's all of your frustration just going there, going like, I want to be finesse. I want to be finesse. And then one day the frustration wakes up and it becomes like the finesse is there. But the frustration only comes towards finesse in the space by which it continues to knock on that door. Right? And that's the door that we effectively knock upon within ourselves that allows us to be able to find things about ourselves that we haven't explored before. So this is effectively what we're seeing that a lot of the energy in solitude is doing, either in the modality of, I wouldn't be surprised right now if there's energy that is holding themselves to new energetic standards as it relates to the way or the shape that they're hoping their life to be, right? Or potentially articulating to those that they're building into relationship what that aspirational life is. Clarification between the Queen of Swords and its upright and the Death card, right? Our lives become manifestations in the modality by which we don't complain, but we articulate upon what we would prefer, right? And I feel like this is not the energy, right? This isn't the energy that lets go of complaining entirely, but the ability to energetically articulate upon the preference point that allows one to be able to energetically find it, right? So we see that there's a lot of that energy there. There's a lot of that modality or a lot of that work that we see that is occurring there. Continuing, but it's not easy, right? Because I keep on seeing it's not, like, I feel like it's not the fact that this type of energy isn't filled with frustration, but it's a modality by which one is looking to do something about the frustration that feels like it energetically fortifies. Continuing to get clarification between the Death card in its reversal and the Two of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Six of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about that Six of Swords energy here. And we're speaking specifically towards those moon relationships right now. And the thing about the thing about some of those moon relationships that we're effectively seeing is, and I want to just keep on, like, I literally see the understanding, like I keep on hearing, the inconvenient understanding of past trauma in the moment of expansion. The inconvenient understanding of of the past in the midst of the present expansion, which is the energy that I keep on saying. This is energy that I keep on saying. They're receiving information that feels like it would have been really energetically helpful to the past person that they were, right? Like this is the energy. This is the energy being like, that would have been real great to see back then. But this is what we have to understand, right? The modality of being able, right? And this is often what we recognize as it relates to an energetic lack space, right? There are lack spaces within us, and then there are lack spaces outside of the self. And the ability to understand the source of the lack space helps us be able to address what we do with a sense of lack. And I literally see some of these moon relationships that used to enter partnership with their hands full, right? The ability to effectively, when we move into relationship with a sense of some understanding of ourselves and an energetic purpose, we arrive to the relationship with our hands full, which is the modality by which we're bearing our gifts. And the space by which our hands are so full to contain them is the modality by which we're able to energetically share them. But the modality that we effectively experience in relationality to circumstances or situations by which another, right, the modality by which there's no relationship that will energetically fix our lack space. And when we recognize this, then we work to effectively heal ourselves, because if you come into a relationship expecting that lack space within you is going to be filled with a partner, I've got some sad news for you, right? We don't fill our lack space with people. And often when we try to fill the lack space within us with people, the lack space consumes the person that we try to place in our lack space, because it's the modality by which we create. That's the ego that says, oh, the right person will fix me. There's nobody on this planet who will fix you, because it's the modality by which that is you holding idolatry to another person, right? Because if you are literally walking into relationships saying the right person will fix me, that is idolatry. That is the idolatization of saying, I just need that person, they're going to fix me because they're going to be perfect. Perfect by whose judgment? And so this energy, this modality by which I see that some of these moon relationships are coming together, they're recognizing the quality or significance of potentially having past experiences by which they moved into partnership with their hands full and started to experience trauma in the modality of experiences by which another person tried to articulate that the purpose was energetically ruining the relationship, because that is the energetic ego that is singing the energetic ego that is singing the song that the ego loves to sing. And what is the song that the ego loves to sing? Me, 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 right? The understanding of recognizing that when we're building holistically, we look at things in the space by which we're able to navigate the full expansion of the self. And so we see that for a lot of those relationships, this is why they're going through an experience by which they can now observe the trauma that they experienced, which would have been helpful at the time that they were experiencing it, but also understanding the quality by which they can see it is arriving into the relationship that has enough room to throw their arms around the full embodiment of the energetic person. And this brings us to the energy that's moving deep within divine union right now. Clarification between that 2 of Cups in its reversal in combination with the 9 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our 6 of Wands in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing with the 6 of Wands in its reversal? The 6 of Wands in its reversal, and I feel like this is a conversation that a lot of the energy that is having right now deep within divine union, it's this quality and characteristic that makes it impossible to please everyone. That's the sad part about it. If we were able to fix this, there would actually be a way that we could literally, we could please everyone all of the time, right? If you guys want to get to the space by which we can please everyone all the time, we got to start addressing the lack space. That's all there is to it. That's the saddest part. Like, that's the saddest truth about it, right? When we talk about the fact that you can't please everyone all of the time, it's because others aren't addressing their own lack spaces. We could literally get to that point. It would be awesome. Like, it would be awesome. It would be really cool if we could get to the point where we could please everyone all of the time. But it has to be the space by which we're concentrating on, like, prioritizing energetic pleasure, right? And that's not necessarily negative, so long as our pleasure doesn't hurt anyone. Because pleasure that doesn't hurt anyone, there's a word for that. It's called joy, right? The pleasure that we hold that doesn't hurt anyone is called joy. And when we prioritize joy, when we prioritize spreading joy, when we prioritize sharing joy, when we prioritize defending joy, then guess what? There's more joy in the world, right? But when others are working through projections, then they're trying to feed their lack space people, right? Like, that's what happens, right? That the lack space inside of us that we don't attend to says, I need to get rid of that person. I need to get rid of this one. I need to get rid of this one. It's them. They're the cause of my suffering. And what do? You take that individual and you feed it to the lack space. And what does the lack space say? Give me more. Give me more, right? Because it's understanding the energetic space by which we ourselves are suffering, right? And when we don't work to love ourselves, the suffering within us demands more in relationality to projecting the hate that we feel of ourselves as it relates to everyone around us, right? It's the modality by which one feels the energetic satisfaction. And I keep on hearing, there's no joy in satisfaction. And this is why we talk about the fact that there's no joy in satisfaction. Because often the space by which another person is not acknowledging their suffering is often the space by which they try to insist that others are the cause of it. In the modality by which, and this is the only thing to pay attention to, unless someone is intentionally causing you harm, right? Unless somebody is literally trying to cause you harm, then others are not the cause of your suffering. But if you're energetically miserable and you see somebody minding their business, and in the space by which they're minding their business and they're spreading joy, that causes you to suffer, there is no greater sign that you are in energetic danger, because that is the sound of you falling prey to the hate within the self that seeks to consume others instead of being energetically helped. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, for the energy that's deep within divine union, that recognition point of having to work through the sad truth that though there should be a world where you could literally please everyone all the time, but due to the fact that there are those who do not attend or address their lack spaces, unfortunately that is not energetically true. It requires us to effectively work through healthy boundaries and standards, bringing proportionality to things in order to effectively build into things better. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, that recognition, it's painful, right? It's sad, it upsets the self. But even in recognizing the reality of it, it allows one to be able to move towards what feels like it creates, right? What creates the most energetic joy. It's never easy, but this is the force of the care that we apply towards things. Now, continuing to get clarification between the Eight of Wands in its upright and the Six of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Four of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing with the Four of Cups in its reversal? This is moving us back towards the energy in solitude. And I feel like for the energy in solitude right now, I feel like this is energy that is literally like they're working on. It's not just the fact that they're minding their peace. I see they're in the business of peace, is what I keep on seeing. I see this energy actively engaging in the business of peace, and even in the modality by which they're actively engaging in the business of peace. That is, and I want to point this out, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy right now that is working through solitude, and even in the context by which they're in solitude, there is energy from the past potentially trying to return back to them, right? I've got a lot of this, it's like I've got a lot of this energy here, because you have to understand that what we effectively articulated, what was happening yesterday or the day before, was the energy recognizing the tendency of the mind to wrap trauma in sentiment, right? The trauma, the sentimentality that the mind will wrap around the thing that's hurt you the most, that allows you to basically be able to energetically persist. And this ability of the energy to see that quality and characteristic to things is what's giving them a sense of rationalization, even as they're experiencing sentiment that is forming around harm that was caused to them. And so the modality by which they're experiencing it, that's either something by which the energy is experiencing it within themselves in real time, or they're experiencing the quality of another trying to come back towards them as if nothing has happened. Right? The quality of another person trying to come back towards them as if nothing has happened, with all of the sentiment, rather than energetically addressing things. Because again, these are world relationships, which says the address makes sense. Now, the modality by which we see these new relationships are forming have a lot to do with the same circumstance or situation by which the energy is effectively able to articulate or identify, right? The quality and characteristic of potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these relationships that are coming together right now are articulating situations as it relates to past partner that says somebody who was enamored with the idea of relationship, but but held some kind of distaste in doing anything that was actually built upon creating one, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing the difference between, they're having conversations between the difference between energy that is enamored with the idea of relationship, but holds distaste as it relates to the messy business of doing the things that allows one to form, is what I keep on getting. That's a lot of the conversations I'm potentially seeing in those relationships. Continuing to get clarification between that Six of Swords in its upright and the Six of Wands in its reversal. Heavy six energy there. One card to clarify, Page of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about that Page of Wands in its reversal, because the thing I need to describe about this, and I kind of tried to warn you about this energy, it's punchy energy. My friends, there is a lot of planets right now. There are a lot of planets in Aries energy. And so it can make us, I told you, it's burst energy. It can feel, it can make us feel a little energetically irritated. And I'm also going to tell you, we've got Aries, the moon moving out of Aries into Taurus right now, which can sometimes really build into the context of energetic irritation. Don't do something from a point of irritation. Do something in the context of energetic celebration. So the modality by which we're able to articulate and identify, right, how we're trying to effectively adjust or modify things. So the ability of working through, like allow irritation to build into energetic modification, because the modality by which we work to energetically modify is how we effectively allow our frustration to become constructive, right? Let the frustration become constructive by being productive with it, not being in the space by which you articulate upon it, is what I keep on seeing, right? Frustration is not about being expressed, right? Frustration longs for productivity. So allow the frustration to help you move towards what feels like it's productive. And I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, particularly for those moon relationships, working through the energetic volatility as it relates to being able to observe something from the past that they couldn't see before. I can almost see some of that energy that feels like it starts to foment and then immediately releases, right? It's like, I feel like I see the energy that's like, and then just like that's the energy. It's like, no, it's like that. Right, like just literally, like I literally see these like relationships, like alchemizing the frustration into the past into something that feels beneficial in the present. It's just like it's like out, it's like in and then out, in. And it's like a lot of that right now. Final card for today's spread, and this is moving us back into the energy that's deep within divine union, clarification between the Four of Cups in its reversal and the Page of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Seven of Cups in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about that Seven of Cups energy, because the Seven of Cups energy in its reversal is effectively, I keep on getting, it's working into the definition of energetic, I keep wondering, the definition of energetic significance as it relates to being able to do something steadily. Like that's the hard part about the energy that we often experience. And again, we're getting like there's a quality of volatility to today that I just want to kind of articulate upon. And some of it has to do with the transition that we're seeing that the moon is occurring through right now, because it's the modality by which one feels a lot of that frustration, but then the ability of moving into finesse, which is the space by which one feels the frustration point, and then one is able just to be able to move through it energetically gracefully. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, and this is a continuation, this is just to show you that not all retrogrades are bad. We have, like, everybody is really, when we have Jupiter not in retrograde in Cancer, feels much more vulnerable than when Jupiter is effectively in retrograde in Cancer, which is what we've been experiencing over the last few months, because in a way the retrograde was softening the blow of the fact that Jupiter's in Cancer, because Jupiter in Cancer can feel very raw, right? Jupiter in Cancer can feel very raw. It can feel very much like, I want to describe it as, it can feel a little bit like raw nerve energy, right? And so when you consider the identification point of, you've got a little bit of that Jupiter in Cancer, which already makes you feel like a little bit of a raw nerve, and then you've got all of that Aries energy, like that burst of energy that's occurring upon the raw nerve of Jupiter in Cancer, and then, right, and then it's like that, the Taurus energy that feels like it's torque, right, pulling upon you. It can sometimes create the modality by which one feels very very energetically frustrated about something. But I want to describe this too, the ability to be very specific, right? The ability to effectively articulate on terms of what would be energetically ideal is how we heal, right? Don't let the energetic expression of the day get in the way of one's own sense of purpose, because the space that I keep on seeing about that is working through, right? It's working through the identification of being able to identify and recognize what is energetically important, right? And I keep on getting purpose is important, right? Emotions, right? Emotions often, and we talk about this, emotions don't get in the way of purpose, but sometimes when the energy feels volatile, we can feel something one day and then feel very different the next, right? And the emotions that persist are the emotions that are often, right, the persistent emotions are the emotions that we work to convey, because the emotions that we work to effectively, the emotions that we feel all the time are the emotions that are closest to us, right? And the space by which we think, right? When we think of our emotions like children, right? When you think about emotions like children and you feel them calling your attention, right? You don't allow the emotions to run rampant. You address the emotions and say, what do you need? What are you asking for? I know what you're feeling, but where is that feeling coming from? So allow this modality to help you to get to the source of reason in terms of why you feel the way you do, rather than creating a space by which another person just feels the force of them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Yeah, King of Wands and its reversal. And I want to describe, like, especially with the King of Wands and its reversal, the King of Wands and its reversal can often speak to us, right? It can often speak to us about the frustration that we have. And I keep on hearing there's something different between um, spontaneity and energetic surprise, right? The modality by which something changes moment by moment can often articulate what is identified as a trauma situation, because it's the modality by which one feels that one has to constantly be on alert. So being able to recognize trauma environments that feel like they create the space of having to be ready at any moment is also how we effectively heal from trauma environments, because the space by which we energetically prepare one another for what we can energetically expect is how we effectively work to heal things. But I keep on saying, like, especially with some of this King of Wand energy, the hard thing that we're working through right now is like defining the locationality of the trauma that one is experiencing, or trying to effectively identify or recognize the energetic source, which is the difference between someone dealing with something that they themselves are experiencing and making the best of it, versus the modality by which another person is effectively, like, working through something in such a way that it feels like it makes it, I keep wondering, like, feels like it makes it energetically harder. So be conscientious about that, is what I keep on seeing. Like, just allow the modality and adaptability to effectively fortify, particularly as it relates to things that are energetically frustrating the self today. Because I keep on getting, like, the thing is, it's like it says to me, like, we just have to be a little conscientious as we move through this energy, given the fact that we have so many planets that are sitting within Aries right now. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you can pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who recently attended our tarot class on the cards in the cup suit. And if you'd like to learn, if that class is now available, our next class is going to be on April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best in giving you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the new moon that we are recently navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to, hold on a moment, congratulations to Avatar. You got that highest gifter today. Erica, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the third person read for. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments, and we also got to 50K. Thank you guys so much over on the Clock app for helping us get to that so quickly. We are going to be gifting that back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. Before we do so, though, I am going to read back on some of the information that came through as I was giving that reading. If anybody is joining us across the other apps and would also like to get on the list today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Absolutely professional. Thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Jana, good to see you today. How you doing today, Per? Good to see you as well. Absolutely. And good to see you, Sister Shine. And thank you for watching my live for 500 minutes. I deeply appreciate you. Dada, thank you for sharing the live as well. And thank you, Grand Rising Pisces. I'm glad that you're able to find us as well, Evox. Grand Rising Minnie, good to see you today. Yeah, curious if something shifted energetically. Well, we have a lunation shift that's happening today. That could be a part of it. I don't be mind being called that. And thank you abundantly for the follow. Juju, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you for becoming a member of my fan club abundantly. That will also make you entitled to receiving a free 1-card reading each day. You can also become a part of our subscriber-only disco channel. Just go ahead and message me directly from this live and you'll be able to do so. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. All right, hold on a minute. And thank you as well. I feel like I've moved into deeper union. The way it can be vulnerable with them has been very healing. And I've never felt safer to even cry in front of someone like that. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. I'm so happy to hear that. I've always had to hide my feelings before with previous partners, so I'm relieved. Absolutely. So happy to hear that. You never know how you look. Yeah, I can see that. And are you directly quoting that song, Evox? Yeah. That's how I feel when I get nerves going. I can get through this. I don't let the nerves overtake. Beautifully stated. As an Aries moon, it can be difficult to be patient on those frustrations. Yeah, I mean, like the truth is, when we carry a lot of Aries placements, it can have an impact, especially as it relates to our own feelings of frustration with ourselves. Yeah, the finesse always comes eventually. I was frustrated at work for 3 months, and the ease of finding a better way of doing things is here. I'm very glad to hear that, dear. And Melanie, thank you for the follow. Sarada, welcome. Yeah, I don't have the energy to please everyone. And nor should you, nor are you supposed to, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you today. Thank you as well, Jess. Good to see you as well. Welcome, Kath. We just finished the collective. Absolutely. And Jet said, thank you for those heart me's. It's a good time to try a rage room. Exactly. Johnny, thank you so much for those heart puffs. Appreciate it. And Novi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the heart me's, Johnny. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you are a super fan who would like a one card, an animal spirit guide card when we pull the one cards. You're so welcome, Per. Angelic, thank you for the follow. Marie, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. How you doing today, official? Hi there. How are you doing today, Dandy? Good to see you today. My cat loves you. Every time I play the live, they come to hang out. Oh, hi there, Dandy's cat. Absolutely. Great idea. They are fun. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on personal readings today. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we are reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here. Oh, before we can actually pause, Stella, before we continue, thank you for letting me know. We have to give away the 50K. So I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posted. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. Congratulations, Minnie, you got it. We will do that again once we get to 100K. Minnie, that reading will be available to you starting tomorrow. In the meantime, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The first person we are reading for today is going to be Stella. Just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a past life that you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Before we continue though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Just bear with me a moment. I'm trying to type and talk here. It's always a little bit of a struggle. There we go. Perfect. Okay, before we continue, we are going to warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and just bear with me a moment, please. Just pulling up. I need a moment. Okay. I need a moment to read over the comments. So there's a little bit of sensitive information here. So please be patient for a moment as I read over what was sent. Okay. And I'm going to, yeah, well, it's weird that it's filtering that. I'm really curious as to why. I'm just checking. Hold on a minute. Yeah, you know, it's the strangest thing. I'm going to have to take it up. Kat, thank you for getting on the list. I have no idea why it keeps on blocking those words, but you know what? You know, it's something that could be helpful for me, guys, is if you want to go to the TT section of the Discord and list the words that you feel are getting filtered, I can address it with them to see if I can understand why it's filtering those words, because it's not on the filtration setting on my end, which is what's interesting about it. So we can try to get to the bottom of it. Thank you. Excellent. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. And we're going to get started on Stella's reading. So basically, in a nutshell, the reading that we're doing right now is related to whether there's a possibility of the manifestation of the healing that the individual is hoping to achieve in relationality to coming from the direction of the person that caused them harm. So we're going to get started. 4 cards, please. And thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll have an additional card in your reading. Yeah, it turned into 5 cards. So the hard part about it, the thing I need to articulate upon this is and I need to describe this. This is why it's so important that we build a life that we love around ourselves. Because when I kept on identifying the fact that this energy is effectively trapped in their experience, like when I'm being very specific when I read into this individual and I tell you, like when I say they've built a miserable life for themselves, I want you to understand that what I'm describing, like that is not me. You have to understand this. That is not me putting the quality of the condition of their experience, of my opinion on it, on them. But they've built an experience around themselves that supports them sustaining their energetic misery. And this is what often happens in the space by which we're not being energetically authentic with ourselves. Okay? Because you have to think about, and it's interesting because it's actually coming through from one of their guides. Okay? Their guides can't reach them. When we're not authentic, our guides can't reach them because it's our guides can't reach us because it's the observation of the fortification of misery that we have effectively built around ourselves. Now, I told you that some of this energy that we've articulated upon has not only worked into a space by which they're lying constantly to everyone around them, but it's energy that is a part of the lie because they recognize that they're being lied to. So when another person recognizes that they're being lied to, they support the energetic lie, right? It's none of the, and this is why I said to you, yesterday, that you're not going to be able to go towards this person and articulate what happened to you. They're not going to be supportive of it because they're the energy that feels, right? They're in the framework of the lie that this person has energetically built around themselves, which is the fabrication that they're in a happy partnership. And what's sad about it that I keep on seeing is not only is that not true, but even the person that they're in relationship with realizes and recognizes the fact that they're deeply unhappy and refuses to effectively articulate it or see it or admit it, because being able to amplify the articulation of it would basically create their life falling apart too. So this is what I was telling you when I was saying to you that somebody has built a miserable experience around themselves. I'm trying to describe to you, not only, it's not even a question as to their desire of coming into accountability. They had to depart from it long ago, because you saw the condition by which, even if they were basically able to articulate it, there's energy that would try to move them back into the lie, recognizing that admitting the truth would change everything around them, is what I keep on seeing. So the hard part about it is I literally see somebody who is effectively trapped within their energetic experience. And the modality by which, right, the modality by which you articulated the nature of you expecting, the only way, right, there's no possibility I'm seeing here in terms of them being able to be honest, because even in the space, right, even in the space by which they try to be honest, I almost see energy around them working to try to correct their honesty. That's how serious it is. That's how serious a circumstance. That's how much, that's the danger zone that I see another person in, right? The space by which, even in the context by which another person was honest with you, there would be energy around them in the space by which they were honest that would leap to try to correct their honesty with a lie. They would literally try to leap to correct their honesty with a lie, because I keep on getting there's a lot of energy around them that has a vested interest in keeping that energetic lie going, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's how serious it is. When you talk about, when you talk about the identification of going into authenticity, like, this is what this is what I mean by the energetic seriousness of it. And I feel like it's like the hard part about it is I even feel in the modality by which someone finally admitted or said something to you, I feel like somebody who told them off for doing so, right? The modality by which I literally see a situation by which the little apology they gave you was not without consequence. It's almost like, I feel like what's painful about it is your presence in another person's experience has showed them how fully trapped they are in the miserable experience by which they created for themselves. It's really sad. Like, I feel like, again, I know the harm that this person has caused you, but the harm that this person has caused themselves, the harm that this person has caused themselves it's very sad. It's very sad. It's very depressing, because that is literally, I feel like the one thing that you showed them, if you want to have the understanding of the impact that they recognize with you, is them recognizing how distressing, what they've effectively created around themselves. It feels like it's distressing, because the modality by which I just keep on seeing, the modality by which they were honest with you made them realize that the energy around them knew they were lying too. Right? Remember when I said to somebody, when I said that it created a rupture point, it was literally the point where somebody said you have to keep, literally the energy, what changed in them knowing you, the sadness, was them recognizing that everybody around them knew they were lying the whole time. They recognize the fact that they knew they were lying the whole time. And now they're in the observation of being in situations where they recognize the energy around them is keeping up appearances. Right? It's like that. And so I just keep on seeing like the space by which another person, like you help somebody see the tragedy that they energetically created in their experience. Because I literally see a situation that before they knew you, they thought that they were going around getting one over on everyone that they cared about, and you coming towards them and them articulating, admitting it, and the energy going like literally pushing them back into the space by which they're trying to say that like they like the recognition point, like it's the understanding of the energy that does not care for them because they've been aware the whole time. I keep on saying it's the energy that recognizes that they weren't getting one over on anyone they cared about. It was the energy that recognized that everyone around them was completely aware of the fact that they felt like that. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like they're literally trapped within their experience. They couldn't leave if they wanted to, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the type of energy that I'm seeing around somebody. So I literally, like, I can't, it's hard for me to read in terms of, it's hard for me to read in terms of an energy like this, because the words that you have to remember is even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Right? The space by which, like, because I keep on hearing the space by which they first apologized to you, someone came back to them and said, don't you dare. Right? The space by which another person articulated, I see that there was some kind of repercussion or consequence to them. It's like, it says to me, it does, like, it doesn't, and here's the thing about, it's like their guides are coming to me to articulate this. It doesn't matter whether they could or not. It's not even the fact that it's not about whether they could or desire to. Right? It's the modality by which the energy around them would potentially try to effectively stop that from occurring, specifically because they themselves feel like they would have something to lose if this energy started to be honest more. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, I mean, and the thing about it, and like I got to point out, like often the context by which I'm reading for another person's guide is when they can't get through to them. And I just keep on seeing the space by which a guide can't get through has a lot more to do with the life that somebody built around themselves. Like I keep on hearing the guide saying their lie's fortified. Right? The lie's fortified. I keep wondering, the lie becomes fortified and then the guide can get to them, is what I keep on seeing. Right? They fortified the lie, and now the energy around them further tries to fortify their lies. So it's a very, like I said, when and I need to stress this, I don't use the word miserable in a way of condemnation. I use miserable in the context of the guides that identify the fact that they see somebody existing miserably and they can't do anything to energetically intervene because of the choices that they themselves have made. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. I know when we're having readings like this, it can be very energetically triggering to those who've experienced trauma. All right, just taking a moment to read over the comments. And Manahel, thank you for reposting. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Shaylee, thank you for the follow as well. And thank you for those heart knees, Dandy. Appreciate you. You see hawks everywhere? That's wild. Excellent. I'm not sure. That's so bizarre. We're going to try to get to the bottom of it, dear. You get signed too often. That's funny. Yep. And thank you, Hardy, for those roses. Shaylee, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the energy of who wants to correct their, no, because it's like I see the energy that like the lie, like is it because if that person started coming, if that person started becoming honest now, then the life around them would start to eradicate. And so that's why I keep on getting it's a fortified lie, which is like the energy around them is not in the space by which they're inclined to see that person become honest. Yeah, oh, interesting, Tiff. It's very like when I have to read for something like that, like they're like it's very depressing. Yeah, this is ridiculously similar to my situation. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. My ridiculously close to my situation, my jaw's on the floor. Thank you guys for supporting each other. You're not alone. That's definitely, oh my goodness. Nicole, thank you for letting me know. I will confirm. I've got you on the list here. Yeah, I've got you. Yeah, take your time. I'll read the list right now. I've got, I've got Per, Erica, Avatar, Kathy, and Nicole. So you got some time until it's your turn. They don't have, it's not that they don't have the capacity, but this is the danger, right? This is a danger about living a life through not being authentic. Is like the energy surrounding someone is now very authentic, is very invested in them not becoming authentic, right? Yeah, I'm at the end of the list. Yep, you definitely do, dear. You're welcome. I hope that helps you, dear. Absolutely. And I want to understand, I want you to understand, this is the shape and nature that you would have had. You would have been trapped in there with them. Like you have to understand, like this is how your guides see it. They see that all of this, I know that you don't see it this way. This is why them avoiding you is a blessing, because that is the nature of the energy surrounding this person. Thank you as well, Valentina. Yeah, their energy, yeah, that's a good way of describing it, Nicole. Grand Rising, Ella. It doesn't, like, here's the thing about it. When you've done that, like, it is not even about whether, if they face themselves, it's going to be like them being like, what have I done? Right? It's the modality by which when they face themselves and they recognize it, the first thing they're going to say is, what have I done? Because they realize the fact that they're trapped in their experience with energy that is supportive in terms of the lies that they're saying, instead of moving towards authenticity. Yeah, I know you were protected. You are protected. I know it's not easy. I know, sending you guys support on that journey. For anybody who connects, that's why I said, for anybody who connects with that, I know it's not easy. But all right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Oh, correction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th person read for. And we're also at 63K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Okay, thank you. And before we continue right now, thank you for the follow on Cassafrost. 1 second. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here before we continue. I'm going to pull one. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Hi there, Julia. How are you doing today, dear? And bear with me a moment. Thank you for that donut, Cassafrost. Oh, the cat's relevant. Okay, good to know. I'll keep it out then. All right, just bear with me a minute as I read over some of the comments that came through. Okay, I gotta read over this for a minute. There might be sensitive information here. Oh wow, this is wild. Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, this okay. Of course I would. I would definitely do it. You paid less? I'm offended. Yep, that makes sense. Yep. Hmm. Hold on. You know what? Here's the thing about it. I'm very, um, I'm very comfortable with doing this reading because, and I think it's actually a really important observation in terms of what is happening in this dream. Okay? And effectively, so we're going to kind of start on this, which is, I want to describe, it's actually very important, I think, in terms of some of the things we've been seeing in your dream space. The thing about the dream that's sensitive is that the dream is heavily related to me. It's fine. So I'm gonna, if I start blushing during the dream, just bear with me because I have a really hard time talking about myself. Okay. All right. The dream. They asked me, um, who I'm going to refer to from moving forward as, oh, the coconut. Sorry, guys. Okay. Hold on a minute. There we go. Thank you. Okay, right. So I asked the reader, who is in this case me, during the live to do a reading. But the reading wasn't actually for me. It was for the reader themselves, or maybe for the reader on behalf of Strega, the cat, so my pet. I think I asked for the reading out of curiosity because I believe the information will be relevant for my own journey, but I'm not 100% sure. I didn't expect the reader to actually do it, but she did. She started the reading right there on the live. Okay. I was like, oh crap, I haven't paid anything yet. So I switched across the screens on my phone to go to the place where I normally pay. I normally pay 25, but since the information was actually about the reader and or her cat, I decided to send 23 instead. After I finished the payment, I tried to go back to the place that I usually view them, but I somehow ended up on a different screen, another reading from the reader. I saw them sitting on the floor cross-legged, with a cloth or blanket in front of them, where they were laying out the cards. It was a huge spread with a lot of cards, about as big as the blanket in front of them. Strega was there too, and at one point she stood in front of the reader on her hind legs, slightly bent, kind of like a squat, looking at the reader. I was watching the scene a bit from the side view, switching on my phone between the requested reading on the place I normally view them and the one on the floor, not really knowing which one was meant for me to see. The reading on the floor clearly caught my attention because the reading on the place I typically view them completely passed me by. I don't know if it's relevant, but I sent my intention to see more about the past life before going to sleep that night, for understanding the self better. Well, this didn't work out as intended. Let's find out. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. Mhm. 2 more. Thank you. And 1 more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Okay, thank you. It's a shadow work dream. And the thing about it, and I need to point this out, and the reason that you're having this dream in relation to me is because I'm the one who has to interpret it. So the reason that and again, you've created a little bit of a confusion point with the guides, because you asked the guides what you need to be energetically ready for in order to understand the self. Be ready for some shadow work, which is me having to experience the shadow work of giving you the amplification of the dream, which is the fact by which it feels, like I told you, it's a little uncomfortable for me, right? I know that a lot of my shadow work is related to my own ability to talk about myself. I am very aware of that. Okay. But I navigate it, right? I navigate it with intention and discernment because it allows me to work with you better, right? And this is the quality and characteristic that you want to look towards for someone who's trying to energetically help you, right? Not someone who effectively shies away from something that makes one feel energetically uncomfortable. Because the work that I often have to do as a spiritual worker is recognize what feels like it is uncomfortable in terms of what wouldn't be beneficial for you versus what is actually energetically uncomfortable for me because it rubs against my shadow work. And I'm very prepared every time that I go into a reading that I'm going to encounter some shadow work there, like this, right? It's like, oh, look, shadow work, right? Because it's making me feel energetically uncomfortable. But I am someone who is comfortable with feeling uncomfortable, because if I wasn't comfortable with feeling uncomfortable, I wouldn't be able to work with you effectively. So that exact experience is what the guide's response was in terms of what you need to be energetically prepared for if you're going to start moving into the space of exploring the past life. Prepare to feel a little energetically uncomfortable, because the first thing you're going to have to do is face yourself. And I got to tell you that 9 times out of 10, when you're facing the self, you're like, it's like, oh, it's like, right? It's going to make you feel a little energetically squeamish. It's going to make you feel, you're going to see sides of yourself. You're going to see sides of yourself. Oh, I never looked at myself in that light. I never looked at myself in that way. And that's what you saw that was happening, right? And I told you what happens in shadow work dreams. Shadow work dreams, the guides utilize someone to serve to help you understand the quality and condition of the work that you have to face. So this is me appearing in your dream as the source of the shadow work so that you can see the uncomfortability that you yourself might energetically experience. And this is also articulated in relationality to the fact that you stated that you said that you kept on switching screens, right? You kept on switching screens in relationality to how you are energetically perceiving me, which is the modality by which the guides are articulating. You have to get ready to see yourself from perspective or aspects that feel out of body, because you aren't in the space by which you're going through all the emotions of making energetic choices, but seeing, right, like seeing the energy outside of the self in relationality to them. It can sometimes feel a little disruptive or disarming. However, right, in the modality by which you identified that you stated that you said, I like the fact that you stated that you were going to pay the 25, but then you decided to pay 23 because because it's a modality by which you, and even in the modality by which you energetically lowered something, is effectively articulated. I think it's very interesting because that in a way has a bit to do with one's own shadow work in relationality to the energetic choice between those two modalities. Now that is something that is something that I would be conscientious about, because even in the space of me being a reader, there's something there that feels in a way that it doesn't make precise sense. So that is something to potentially write down in relationality to one's own shadow work, right? Why the energetic distortion point between the 25 and the 23? Because I also need to point out that the like that in a way is the understanding that, and this is what I meant, right? This is the important thing you have to recognize. You initially did that because you said, oh, it's for them, but it wasn't. It's for you, because I go through the work in this experience so that you don't energetically have to. So that recognition point of understanding the valuation of what's actually for you, right, is understanding that just because, right, like even if I'm inconditional in the space of being present, that it's still your reading, right? So this is important. Now, in the space by which you identified this is continuing with the guides effectively utilizing the perception of me in the dream space to help you understand this. Because what did you effectively see me doing in the dream space? You saw me sitting on the floor cross-legged with a cloth or a blanket in front of the self where I was laying out the cards. And you said there was a huge spread, a lot of cards, about as big as the blanket in front of them, right? Because that is effectively the modality by which you are seeing the way that I typically read cards. And when I'm reading cards for a client, which I'm sure you've seen, I start laying out cards on top of cards on top of cards because I'm having an energetic conversation with the cards. But you asked in the dream for me to do a reading on myself. So again, it was a lot to energy. That you seeing that was basically you seeing all of the shadow work that I do on the daily in order to be able to do this for you, right? And that's what you have to realize with like a good spiritual worker, right? That the work that you effectively see with me is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the work that I'm perpetually doing on myself in order to do this work properly, right? And this is often the modality by which you have to understand. And that's why the guides were showing you the fact that when I started to do the reading for myself, I couldn't do it on the table, right? I couldn't do the reading on the table. There wouldn't have been enough room for it. So the reason by which the guides were showing you said read for yourself, and I got on the floor, was them saying that that was the affirmation of me doing my shadow work on the ground. Because me doing the shadow work on the ground on myself creates the space by which I can arrive to you and help you in relationality to your path work. Because that's the understanding that the only way I can do that is if I'm being very energetically conscientious in terms of the work that I'm perpetually doing on myself in the process. And so the reason that the guides are effectively showing you this is because in the modality by which you said to them, how do I get into the ability by which I can start to see the past life, right? They're like, get on the ground. They're like, get ready for some shadow work, right? Get ready to start seeing, right? Getting ready to see the full picture of things is often not pretty, right? Being able to see the full full picture of something, it's not the prettiest view, right? And that's why the ability by which you saw the fact that you were moving to different angles, and even in the space by which I was reading on the ground, was the ability of effectively working through that effectively. Because, like, again, when we're in the context of doing the spiritual work, like, that's a space by which you see, right? You see the results of that work, but you don't get to see all the nitty gritty that goes into being able to effectively do it in the space by which it doesn't effectively affect us or affect the ability that we have to basically see one's own path in relationality to our own, right? The ability to effectively discern the difference between the work that one is doing versus the work of clarity. So that's effectively the guides that are articulating the connection that we have to allow the perception of shadow work, because they're utilizing in the space of the dream, they're using me as energetic proxy to help you see like the feelings by which you'll probably feel vulnerable, right? You'll probably feel energetically exposed. You'll probably feel like you're seeing yourself in perspectives or ways that you couldn't see yourself before. But the gift of being able to do so is effectively the comprehensiveness in being able to understand the work from the past and the present by which you're energetically working upon, right? It's the ability to effectively understand the energetic purpose upon it. So that says, and the space by which the space by which you even identified my pet was the modality of recognizing the energy around the self, right? The energy that feels like it's supportive. And again, the cat is a really good describer of that, because often when we see cats, we're like, what are you doing here? Right? Like cats often seem like they're not doing anything. And cats are, I always like to describe that cats are kind of like little energetic purifiers, right? Like cats are like, doesn't look like I'm doing anything to you, right? Doesn't look like I'm doing anything to you, but that doesn't mean that I'm not energetically doing something, right? It's a modality of being able to recognize, right, what it takes in order to do something energetically effortlessly. And you said that even in the end of the dream, You said you were watching the scene a bit from a side view, and you were switching from your phone between the requested reading to the one on the floor, right? And the observation, and I want to point this out, there's something that we saw that was happening in the dream space, which is why you were looking in two different ways, because you, in the dream space, it seems like I was giving two different readings, is what I'm assuming, right? The modality by which you felt like you were watching me in one space and I was working at the table, but you didn't indicate the fact that it may have been the space by which you saw me on the floor in the other, because that's you being able to observe the different dimensions between by which I'm able to provide a reading for you while actively doing the shadow work on myself in the process that allows me to be able to articulate the reading towards you without getting stressed or embarrassed about the fact that I'm energetically present within it. The bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated, but if it's important, it's complicated, right? Because the ability to understand and the ability to energetically unpack, right? The ability to effectively, like this is what we talk about with working in the quantum. Like the modality by which we work in the quantum is the observation that there are many things happening at once. So what you're basically doing is in the dream space, you're seeing things from a quantum point, which is the modality by which you see one thing in one way and you're seeing it in a different way because you're seeing both, like what you're seeing in the dream space, you're seeing the actuality point that is being observed in terms of what is being offered. But then in the modality of the other space by which you see on the floor, the work that is required to be done on the self that allows that to basically come into form, right? It's literally like you kind of working through, right, the quantum entanglement that often happens whenever we're working together energetically. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much for sharing that dream with us, Per. Absolutely. One moment, please. I know, goosebumps. Whoa. Thank you, Richmond, for the follow. Bear with me a moment. Cats are like salmon. And thank you for the donuts, Cassafras. Hi there, Julia. What was the animal? Oh, it was a cat, dear. Oh, I would love that. Thank you, Bridget. I'll post it. I'll post it over there. I'll post it in the disco. I'm happy to read for you on that, Cassafras. If you'd like to get on the list is open. But don't talk to yourself. Don't speak about yourself like that. Absolutely. Yeah, I heard a cat loud and clear before you turned the card. Really? Wow, that's wild, cow dog. Good to see you, by the way. It's very funny. And thank you for the follow, Rich. My friend would like an interview. Oh, that's really kind. That's really kind, dear. If you want to have them reach out, all you need to do is send them. Just go ahead, head over to my email. Or message me privately, dear. Absolutely. This is interesting. She made an appearance. I imagine so. Absolutely. Oh, you're wearing the same hoodie? Ah, that's so wild. It's a really cozy hoodie, isn't it? You have excellent taste. Not per making me do shadow work. But here's the thing, I'm constantly, you understand, like, it's not, you have to understand, it's not that she's made, like, I have to do shadow work constantly in order to do this. Like anyone, I got to point this out, anyone doing this work is perpetually in that space, right? It's not easy. Yeah, sharing is caring. I understand this completely. Thank you as well, sister. Yep. It's not, but I mean, and I think that the important, like the thing though about it, and I keep on hearing the distortion point where the guide's being like, what makes you think, right? What makes you think that it's not about you just because I made an appearance? This is great. Thank you, Avatar. Yeah, you feel I'm out of work. You do. Absolutely. Um, I asked as well to start slowly introducing me to past, but well, and there you go, like that, and that's why, right? The space by which they were kind of giving you, like they were giving you an energetic insight in relationality to what it feels like that was again the shadow work that's easier to understand when you're seeing another person rather than being in the space of the dream by which you yourself are embodying it, right? Yeah, Laurel, that's so true. In order to read for others, I'm in a constant shadow work on myself. That's the job, exactly. If you're doing the work right, right? It's hard because again, even in the space by which you're doing it, it's like it's constantly occurring. And thank you guys. Make sure to give Laurel a follow too. Readers supporting readers. It's not, you got it. Like this is just your reminder, like support your local reader. It's not as easy as it appears. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. It's an absolutely gift. It's an absolute gift to be able to do this for you guys. Thank you for putting this into such an amazing perspective. I do my best. I mean, the dream was actually doing most of the work. I just had to interpret it. Yeah, definitely 2 readings because again, that is you seeing, right? That is you seeing the work it takes to be able to do the reading, which is me having to constantly keep my work abated, right? That's why my work was on the floor. That was me constantly keeping my work abated so that it doesn't interfere with your work, right? Like that is what's so hard because often when you're doing this work, you have to be able to work through quantum entanglement so that you're able to energetically separate, right? Yeah, they're absolutely energetic purifiers. It's complicated, absolutely. And thank you as well, Cheryl, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good times, exactly. It's just a little, oh, just a little shadow work before lunch. Just a little shadow work is a treat. Thank you. I do my best in explaining. Thank you as well, Tiff. Yep, absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Can you read on how far someone has gotten on their shadow work? Here, I need to stress this, and this is what you have to understand about shadow work. You never complete shadow work. Right. And there are those who are like, when I'm done my shadow work, I hate to break it to you. It's shadow for a reason. Right. And you have to understand, like, this is what others don't understand about the nature of shadow work. You never finish working on it. No matter where you are, there's going to be more shadow work to navigate. So it's not, you cannot look at it. You absolutely cannot look at it in the space by saying how far someone has completed their shadow work, because it's not. It is a shadow. You can't complete a shadow. When you understand that shadow work is always there, right? It's never going away, but your ability to be aware of it, I can't tell you how far you've gotten in it because that isn't the quality, that's not the quality and nature of shadow work. But I tell you the shadow work that you're working through based upon where your energetic position is pathwise, if that makes sense. So this is the shadow work you're currently encountering on your path, basically. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it was a great question. And thank you, Mohammed, for the follow. Me too. Yeah, but here's the thing about it's not about a progression point. And I will point out there are some people who get obsessed with trying to conquer their shadow. And that's why here's the thing about it. If you try to conquer your shadow, that is your shadow work. Your obsession with your shadow work becomes your shadow work because you can't conquer a shadow, right? There's nothing you can't conquer a shadow. You have to, like, that's why we talk about the space by which the ability to energetically embrace a shadow is just recognizing what it's there, right? Like, again, perfect example. I have a really hard time talking about myself. Okay. Like, I know this. That's a result of me being Leo Virgo cusp, right? Which is like, ooh, like, let's talk about something else. No, like, it's just, but here's the thing. I understand it, right? That's not the face, but that's not the space by which I don't energetically face it, but my ability to effectively articulate upon it is how I get stronger with it, right? Like that is effectively, like that's a perfect example of how we effectively navigate our shadow work, which is not the space by which we run from it, right? But the space by which you go, oh, there it is, right? There it is. There it is. Yeah, and that's why it is. The shadow work is never ending because the nature of the shadow is perpetually changing depending on the direction that we're going. And when we understand that that's the nature of the shadow, then we don't get obsessed with trying to get rid of it. You have to think about it from practical matters. Could you imagine the space of someone trying to get rid of their own shadow? Like, exactly. It's elusive for a reason. Yep. That's why we have to choose. Like, but that's the thing. Like when we and the best thing you can do with your shadow work is pay attention to it, make energetic peace with it in the space by which it doesn't feel like it's overcoming, but the acknowledgement that it's there. Because the more that we're able to acknowledge our shadow is the more that we're able to care for others around us, right? Because it's the space by which you say like, oh no, it's right there. Yeah, like that's not my strong suit, right? We don't allow it to be the space by which it feels like it energetically overpowers us. We just pay attention to it, right? Yeah, I struggle with being too hard on myself about growth. Thank you for articulating. So again, perfect example of your shadow work. I wouldn't be surprised if you got some heavy Virgo placements, because those with heavy Virgo placements, also sometimes with Aries placements, this feeling of not being where one aspires to be is basically you getting to where you need to go, right? Like I feel like I can see all parts of myself and still have a love for myself. That's a beautiful gift, right? Being able to work into that, which is the ability to embrace all of our facets, right? It's not perfect, but it's something that we potentially work to build upon. Absolutely. Hold on a minute. Oh, I love that. That's a really good way of stressing it, Julia. But yeah, it's like it is. It's like it's the same space, right? It's like more paths, more problems, right? And this is why like we have to eradicate the space by which we feel like a manifestation goal is going to make everything perfect in our lives. There's no manifestation goal by which we don't arrive to shadow work. And the modality by which, and this is the thing about it, like this is also why we have to start building compassion for each other, depending on where we find each other, because the modality of understanding that problems do not cease existing, but the quality and nature of problems change is how we build empathy, but also build understanding, right? I feel kind of obsessed, yes. Absolutely. I mean, the way I like to, well, and I need to point this out. So not necessarily the space by which we see and love all parts of the self, because I guarantee you that when you're often confronting the shadow, you're going to experience some parts of yourself that you don't feel as energetically inclined to want to care about, right? Especially in the modality by which we're working through, right? Things like there's always things within ourselves that we hope that we can do better, right? And so that ability of potentially seeing those parts and saying like loving those parts too, right? The part of the self that feels like the part of the self, like sometimes the hardest part of the self to love is the part of the self that doesn't feel worthy of that love. But the modality by which we're able to understand that and amplify it is how we can start to heal it, right? Because that is the space by which we embrace it. And in the space by which we embrace, and I need to point this out, it's not the fact that everything there is potentially found in a worthy, loving place, but the ability by which we try to bring it into that point of worthiness is the space by which we're working on actively healing, right? Because you also want to make sure that you don't fall for the embrace of the shadow work that says there's nothing I need to change, right? When we understand the quality by which we're always working into an ever-changing state of trying to find the space of us being energetically better, then we understand that it's not a static state, but it's a state that is in love with one's own energetic progress, right? The ability that one works upon in order to grow. And that's the space by which we start to care about our growth, even if we're not exactly in the point that we aspire to be at every moment. Yep. Hi there, Ivana. I don't think that you've got it wrong in any context, but I think that the one thing that we have to be conscientious about is the space by which, and you often see this, right? The hard part about shadow work is there's a part of the shadow work where another person can fall into the space by which one says, like, I'm perfect, right? These are the two different modalities that we have to be conscientious about in relationality to building balance, right? The two spaces that we house that can be dangerous are the spaces by which we say, I'm worthless or imperfect, right? Because when you say that, and they occupy the same energetic position, because it's a modality by which one doesn't see the ability of being able to understand that there's something that we can always energetically perfect. And when you understand the nature of the fact that somebody who says that they're energetically worthless versus the energy that says that they're perfect are often experiencing the modality by which they're effectively arresting their own work progress, is the modality by which we understand the quantity of understanding what it is that is our portion of work that we're trying to do better, if that makes sense. So it's not the fact, right? Like, it's not the fact that you're wrong, but it's being able to attenuate to the fact that when you're doing the shadow work effectively, one of the signs that you're doing it right is that you're probably going to leave it with a little bit of homework, right? Like, not too much, not too little, but just energetically right? The ability of understanding that is the work that we do that allows us to be able to, like, identify and recognize what we're working towards. Yeah, Virgo Mars. Yeah, there it is, Laura. Yeah, so that's going to be, you don't have to be perfect in order to be doing something perfectly, right? Like, that's going to be a struggle point for you. Yeah, you're a Leo Virgo cusp too. Hold on a moment. Bear with me. Yeah, but full-time wise on Leo and moon in Virgo, right? Yeah, so you've got a lot of that energy there as well. My current counterpart has an air. Oh, there you go. Aries Mars is like, the thing about it, Aries Mars often have modalities by which they feel like they're trying to not hurt others with their strength. Right? Aries Mars is often really difficult because Aries Mars often realizes that they are the strongest person in the room. And that's why, like, they get so frustrated in terms of seeing people trying to throw their weight around, because they know they'll literally be watching someone trying to articulate that they're the strongest person in the room, knowing that they could literally bench press that person. If not physically, like, if not physically, like emotionally, energetically, like, it's the understanding of the discernment in terms of what we're effectively articulating is our strong suit. Yeah. Pour some love in it. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is me, imperfect in all. Exactly. We either laugh or cry perpetually. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. That was very well said. I do my best. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. Excellent. Hold on a minute. Can you read? Hold on a minute. Can you read on the soul's evolution in the current lifetime? Yeah, I mean, that's usually what I can do in an Akashic. You know, like, that's effectively what we do in an Akashic read, which is it's not, and I need to point out, it's the ability of understanding, like, what they're here to effectively, what we're here to work on, and how we're effectively doing so, right? And so it's going to be different for everyone. Yeah, perfectly imperfect. But that's why, right? Because it's understanding the imperfection that allows one to perfect. Right? You can't perfect something unless you're conscientious of what it is that you're working to perfect. So that's why imperfect perfect builds us into perfection, because we understand that there's something that we're invested in perfecting more. I'm sorry, that's a very July Leo thing to say, Nikki. It must be nice over there. It must be nice. What's it like? It must be, it seems really cool over there, man. It seems like a really cool place. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Let's continue. It's pretty sweet. I know it's pretty sweet. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list right now is Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder for anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the one to, who am I reading for and what's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, Erica? You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be the fourth person read for. Grand Rising, Nikki. All right. And again, friends, we're at 64.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, dear. And just bear with me. Did this person have issues? Did this person have issues with their lungs? Or were they around smoke? Thank you for confirming. Okay, I just needed to get confirmation on it. Thank you. All right. Oh boy, hold on a minute. And just bear with me a moment, please. Got it. Okay, thank you. And before we continue right now, we're going to do an intuition check. So I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. It has something to do with where they were in childhood, is what I'm getting. You know? Like, it's saying to me, it's like, here's the thing about it. Somebody was I'm sorry, like, I know I'm getting all started on it, but somebody used to give someone a lot of flack for something that they would do. And I just keep on seeing the modality of like, they like to talk a lot. Good Lord. They never, like, hold on a minute. Give me a second. Give me a second to draw the cards. Jeez, hold on a minute. Like, just like run on sentence. One more, please. One more. Thank you. Good Lord. All right. You know, like, yeah, like here's the thing about it that was like upsetting. Like, I feel like I see somebody who like really, you know, they love talking, man. They love it. But here's the thing about it, like, they were an external processor. You're like them, which is saying, like, it's like there's some things that you only understand when you get them out. It's the, like, external processors need good energy around them because it's the way that their brain works, right? And I keep on getting the thing about it is like good, like, they just never always like run, like, it's a run-on sentence that's effectively a conversation. But the important thing that you have to understand with energy like this is that they see others as extensions of their brain. I wouldn't be surprised if they were Taurus energy, because this is energy that, like, I would feel like this is the type of person that when they would say, show me who your friends are and I'll show you who you to be, because they're such an external processor that they considered their friends a part of their brain. That was their brain matrix, is what I keep on saying. You should go talk to them if they're still here. They know a lot more about something. I don't know what you're trying to get to the bottom of. But the thing about it is, like, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to someone is that, you know, the thing I want to describe, and it's interesting too, because I feel like they're holding, like, I feel like there's somebody that they intentionally moved away from. They scared the like, I don't know who this is, but I feel like they effectively, the thing is, and I keep on getting this, the modality by which another person, because now that, like, and I got to describe this, like, what another person says to us in rooms that we're not in, tell us everything we need to know about that energetic person. And I keep on seeing, the thing about it is, I keep on hearing that their friends, Like their friends used to, I keep wondering, their friends used to tease them, but in the best way possible, which is paying attention to the way by which another person teases one, but says like, I'm loving this person because they're so dear to me, right? Which is like, I keep on seeing they're saying it is a beautiful blessing to be endearingly teased, which is the modality by which another person articulates upon the irritation that they have with someone, by which they effectively say, look how much I love this person, right? Look how much I love this person, by which I perceive them in a way that even in the space by which they're doing something that I feel silly, even in that modality, I love them even more, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like they're very good. I don't know why I keep on getting this, which is being able, they're articulating upon the difference between, I keep on hearing, between an endearing tease, right? They're talking about an endearing tease, because I feel like their friends would endearingly tease them constantly. And an endearing, and I keep on hearing everyone, they're saying everyone's forgot the beauty of an endearing tease. An endearing tease is the modality of someone that teases you upon something that you can't see about the self, but makes another person love you even more, is what I keep on seeing, right? The endearing teasement that creates easement, because it reminds us that even if we're not perfect, we're still capable and worthy of being loved in that modality. Because I just keep on hearing this energy that often, I feel like this energy would often talk down upon themselves, right? I see somebody being like, who, me? Right? Like I literally see somebody that would constantly build into the context by which they were trying to effectively underpin how energetically insignificant their role was in things. And I just keep on seeing a lot of energy throwing their arms around them and being like, this person saved my life, right? Like I literally see a situation of someone being like, I don't know what you're talking about, and someone being like, you saved my life. And then being like, no, I didn't do anything. And then being like, yeah, I know you did, right? Like that type of energy. And I keep on seeing the energy that loves us will be thankful, will be thankless in their offering, is what I keep on hearing. They're saying, pay attention to the love, the energy that loves us will be thankless in their offering, which is the modality by which another person has done everything for us. And in the space by which we say it, see how quickly the person that loves us say, I didn't do anything, you did it, right? That is the shape of true love. The true love of another person that does everything possible to create the conditions by which we ourselves can fly. And they're saying, be really conscientious of someone that tries to say, you owe me, right? After all I did, they say, you get away from that energy. And that's why I keep on hearing that the minute you hear someone say, after all I did, because you should never hear that from anybody who cares about you. You should never hear that from anyone that truly cares about you. Because the modality by which we truly care is often the modality by which we look at somebody, and this is the type of person that they were. Like I keep on getting people coming up off the street. Like I don't know why I'm getting with this type of person, like random, I keep on hearing random acts of generosity. Someone coming up being like, do you know what this person did? And then being like, I didn't do. Like I keep on seeing them say, go away. Like I see the energy going, go away. Like they would push somebody away, is what I keep on seeing. Right? They didn't want to hear it, because that was the quality and nature of this energy. And they kept on saying that they feel very protective of you, because I keep on seeing the world is really cruel to energy like that. Right? The rule, and I keep on hearing that the world can sometimes be cruel to energy like that, because it's a modality by which I see this person not doing things for show, right? Like not doing things not doing things in the modality by which often, and I feel like it's hard because I almost see some energy around them, like some energy that misperceived them, is what I'm getting. Like energy that was often profoundly misperceived, because like the full force of it. And I keep wondering, the energy that misperceived them was energy that demanded more, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, this is why somebody started doing something quietly. Because I feel like this is often, like I keep on hearing, the tragedy of someone's experience was the modality by which they would often get themselves in situations by which they would help someone, and then that person would hate them simply because there was a limit to what they could do and another energy was demanding more from them. And so that's why they're articulating that this is so important, because I keep on seeing that the modality by which they're effectively articulating is understanding that the only thing you should hear when you're giving something to someone is thank you, and not is that all, is what I keep on hearing. Because I feel like there's something about that by which your ability to effectively recognize that is going to help you understand the quality of someone that truly cares about you and appreciates you versus someone who sees you only for what you can offer them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, right? This is why the disappointment is so toxic, right? Don't let the disappointment drive your direction. The only direction, if you're giving something to another and they're articulating your disappointment in it being a meager offering, let that be your cue to leave. There is no meager offering, but often demanding energy will be literally in the context of receiving something from you and articulating or complaining about the quality or condition that they're receiving it. And I feel like this was something that was very hard in their life. Like, I feel like this was a hard lesson that they themselves had to learn, because I literally see somebody who had such a generous heart that I literally see a situation by which this is why I feel like so many of their friends cared about them. The energy that tried to hate somebody was actually the energy that had at some point been helped by them, and then took it personally that another person could not be in the space by which they were perpetually helping them, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards. And also, if you are, they're saying, they're also, I'm sorry, I have to say this. Please do not inhale smoke or anything related to things like that. They're giving a public service announcement to protect your lungs, is what I keep on. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I love Spirit. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was. They're like, don't do what I did, guys, is what they're saying. Thank you. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I just like the fact that this became an infomercial. It's very sweet energy. Thank you so much, dear, and I'm wishing you so much support on your journey. They're looking out for you. Absolutely. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. All right. Yeah, you saw it there too. Hi there, Simply, and thank you for those heart me's, dear. Yeah, they were a Leo, and it's such a, like, it was like as soon, like, but they wouldn't even wait till the cards started coming out. You know, you couldn't get a word in edgewise with energy like this. I bet they were a July Leo. I kid. Hold on a minute. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Jeannie. They were so protective of you. No, I can see, like, yeah, they saved your life. I feel like they used to, like, here's the thing, you would never even know. Like, they're like, who, me? Right? Like, I can see that energy being like, I don't know what you're talking about. Right? Like, I can relate. Yeah, very much relate to this person. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep, I'm so glad. Yeah, you can absolutely get on the list, dear. If you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the third, you'll be the fourth person read for. No, they were really, really, really beautiful. Yeah, nobody tell me, don't tell me, I knew it. Hold on. Yeah, don't tell me what to do. I knew it. PSA. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I feel like they were literally saying that to you about vaping. Like the funny part, I would literally, I stopped myself from saying vaping because I'm like, you didn't vape, but they're like, include vaping is what they kept on saying. They were like, specifically, that's why they said inhalants. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want, if you, you better, yeah, hold on a minute. He's right. Yep, thank you. Yeah, he was calling, like they were literally saying that specifically to you. It was very heartwarming. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah, you better stop. You better stop. Like that was literally, they're like, I am watching you. Like they were like this. How dare you? Is what I was getting. How dare you? Absolutely. Yeah, they're not gonna, you want, they will not be, I'm gonna, like, do not, do not even think about it. Yep, absolutely. Well, that goes for you too. Everybody listening, FL2, okay? Like somebody, that goes for everybody. Yep. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person on the list. Yeah, because like I keep on hearing them say, like, for them, like I keep on getting somebody who like started so young that it was like there was no way. It was like they like, but that's what that they're articulating about. Like they're saying, don't do what I did, you know? All right, continuing to get on the list right now. The next person on the list for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. We're also at 72.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. It's not, but I'm again, I was just that energy was like, all right. All right. I'm curious. Hold on. I'm curious as to about that chased me and okay. Yeah, I got you, dear. So you want to read specifically on that? Okay. Is that what you want to do the reading on? Okay, we can do that. All right, so before we continue right now, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swan energy. Okay. Oh, you were? I know it's much harder when you start young, but make sure that you're trying to stop, right? It's not healthy for you, right? Continue. Thank you, FL, for being here and also receiving these messages. Okay. And just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, if you want to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of birds. We've talked about this. All right, can I please get, because I just want, I love your guys' ability to try to change the, the context of the answer. All right. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. 4 cards, please. So one of the things that often happens, one of the things that often happens in the space by which we're entered, like when we're young, it can often, how do I explain this best? The space by which there are often things that follow us, like there are things that energetically follow us sometimes in relationality to past life, and the way that you can usually determine these is if it feels completely unrelated to anything that you are energetically receiving at the time, right? The way that you can usually identify the difference between something that we energetically create versus something we carry over is the modality by which you didn't hear something that you effectively misperceived or misconstrued in terms of trying to personify a fear, is what I keep on getting. Because there's something about there's something about the identification there of the energetic figure that articulates upon the identification of fear personified, right? And what often happens, and the thing about it is the space by which we feel our fear personified is often the amplification of something that feels energetically unhealthy, right? Because fear cannot personify. Fear cannot personify, but often the space by which another person has personified the fear shows us the quality and condition by which another person requires help, is what I like to describe. Because the intangible personified fear is often the energetic response of it's a response of a mind that is not in the space of being able to navigate the fear effectively, right? And so the modality by which I almost see a situation by which, and this can often be a little bit difficult in terms, and this is the thing I would kind of identify in relationality to you doing some kind of work potentially in the past life, because it feels like it's connected to the past life. Okay, and here's the things I want to articulate upon it to help you build the shape of what I'm seeing. It doesn't feel like it's real. It feels like it's connected to the past life. And it feels like your observation of recognizing the fact that it's energetically not real in this one is showing you how far you yourself have healed, is what I keep on seeing. Because the understanding or the quality or characteristic of that, I keep wondering, the quality and characteristic of that energetic figure that you see is potentially one by which the past life felt like they themselves had to encounter them, right? The modality by which that energy may have been in a space by which they were energetically reacting to it, but the space by which I keep on seeing you moving into, right, a childhood where, and it's interesting too, because you'll notice that I'm still clearing, okay? It's, there are some, and the thing about it is, and it's hard to, because, and I often get this often happens when I'm effectively having to delve into some past life work, that there may have been some trauma related to effectively crossing over or leaving that energetic life. And so there's something about that I feel like you are almost having to contend with in childhood, but not necessarily fully having the full grasp upon. I literally see the situation by which, like, I almost see some of your guides like pulling it away from you, because the guides being like, oh, you don't need that right now. It's not energetically necessary, is what I keep on getting. It's like, it's saying to me, it's some of that energetic trauma that it was experienced. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm getting a lot of indications as to what potentially happened in the past life that potentially caused that to energetically occur. The nature of it is such that I don't feel energetically comfortable sharing it in a public space, because it feels like it is so triggering. So I will kind of put this before you. If and when you want the details that I'm energetically seeing there, you can reach out to me, particularly in a private message, and I will be happy to, those are your details, so I'll be happy to give you the impressions that I'm seeing there in relationality to it. I'm going to take a moment to write it down. Yeah. Okay. So I put the details there. And if you, when you're ready to energetically explore that, you can just let me know and I'll be happy to share them with you. But again, when I'm like, the hard part with reading into past life work is that, like, some of the things that we find there can be traumatizing or distressing. So I want you to understand the quality and nature of what I'm seeing will have a nature of something that may be distressing there if you're receiving it, and the space by which that is something between you and me to articulate is like how you choose to utilize that is entirely yours. And thank you and appreciate you being respectful of it. Thank you so much for having. So, but again, the most, everything I keep on seeing is it was a figment that was a carryover from a past life in relationality to trauma that you experienced while passing, is the best way I can summarize what I'm seeing there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. And again, FL, in relationality to the connection that you had to that past reading, it's not uncommon for the messages to come through to be trying to reach across other individuals at the same time. So thank you for also articulating that that message connected to you as well. Okay. Just reading over the comments. Yeah, I got you, Nicole. So I've got you. So the list right now, for those who are waiting to find out the list, I've got Kathy, Nicole, and Angelic. So if anybody gets on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. And we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Okay. There is an eagle. There's a hawk and an eagle. Yeah. Kia, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Sending you so much support on your journey. Hold on a moment. Yeah. Thank you as well, Avatar. Last week, oh, really? There you go. There you go. I'm going to post that up there for everybody to see for Laurel. Yep. No, I understand. Like, that's what I was getting about it. Like, that's what, like, that was the was coming through. Like, it was giving me a lot of don't you dare energy, is what I was getting, you know? Yeah. I think the cat came up, absolutely. Eagle's a kind of, it is not a kind of swan. Thank you guys for supporting each other during these reads. I know they can be a very, like, they can get kind of deep, they can get pretty deep. Absolutely. No, I saw the word horse. And we're gonna, so I actually mentioned this, guys. Go ahead in the TT channel over on the Disco, post any words that are being filtered, because I'm gonna see if I can get to the bottom as to why they are. Blessings to you as well, Logan. I love that. I don't mind being called mom if it means I'm caring about someone's life. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully articulated, Bridget. Yep, absolutely. Thank you as well, Avatar. I ran to my parents' bed to wake them up. No, when I tell you the context of what I'm seeing, you'll probably understand why. Like, what you just said makes a lot of sense in the context of what I was identifying there. Yeah. They were always, no, but I keep on, like, it's a past life memory is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, you'll get, when I give you clarification on what I'm seeing, it's going to make a lot more sense. Like what you just said validates what I was seeing, if that makes sense. This reading reminds me of my own reading about the experience from childhood. Yeah. Yes, I'll message. I got you, dear. That's wild. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, I need to write them. The next person on the list is you, Kath. You're next. I must have been guided to your channel. I just heard you say it, and it's not a common one. Oh, are you kidding? Oh, there you go. Again, more confirmation. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, FL. Yep, I'm used to, yeah, I can see, but this is the thing, I can see why you're used to scary things. But I think that when you understand why, you'll see why it's so important that you are. Absolutely. I got you, Kath. On the list right now, Ivana, we've got 2 people on the list, and we've got 4 spots open. So if you want to get on the list right now, you'd be the 3rd person read for. Okay. Yep. I'm interested too in hearing your readings. I've been struggling. Oh, Amber. I'm hoping, so again, if you're interested, you're welcome to stay here and listen because sometimes when we're doing readings, something here is something that another person needs as well. And if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We do here, and for anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. You're so welcome, Mamo. You're so welcome, Ivana. All right, we're going to get to it. Kath, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, friends who are joining us over on the Clock app, we are at 85K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will be getting to 100K in no time. Perfect. Okay. Can we read on those 2 people? Yeah, I got you. Yep, absolutely. So we'll do 2 cards around both of them, if that helps. Okay. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the swan. The swan doesn't want to stay in the deck today. The swan's like, I'm back. All right, let's get to it. All right, to get on the list, dear, hold on a minute. Marie, all you do to get on the list is send the donation by the tree that is Binks in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. I've been thinking about my friendship connections and having questions about their whether they're true. I got you, dear. All right, so let's draw towards those 2. Okay. And guys, I pinned up Kat there. Make sure to cast some love. Two more. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this energy is very different. So we're gonna get started on one and then the other. The first person I see is they don't keep, like, I see somebody who's very, very private. You know, like it's real, like incredibly, like I keep on getting incredibly private energy. Like I would not be surprised if this is if this is a type of energy that like doesn't feel comfortable, like someone who doesn't feel comfortable in social situations, or like I can almost see someone be like, how's everybody, like they don't understand how others are able to energetically, like how others are able to effectively connect to someone so connect to others so fluidly, right? And I feel like the thing about it is I feel like I see them seeing you as somebody who has that type of ability, is what I keep on getting, right? Like I feel like I almost see the modality by someone recognizing or seeing something by which you have a lot of, like, I keep on getting, you've got some, they're saying the word that's coming through is social fluency, is what I keep on getting. And social fluency is like social fluency is something by which you do it. Like I keep on hearing like you're very natural at it. Like I can almost see them seeing you doing it without thinking, right? And they literally don't have that. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who's like got a lot of like cancer placements, right? Because I almost see somebody who like when they energetically connect to someone, right? Like it feels very much like they're much more about one-on-one connections, right? And so I feel like in a way, like I see somebody who carries a lot of care for you, but also, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if this is the energy that's like I almost see somebody being like rendered shocked that you're friends with them, is the best way I can to see, like, you know what I mean? Like that's the type of energy that I see, which is like them being like it says to me, like I feel like they often work through the space by which they have a hard time understanding why others show in like it's giving me a lot of that who me energy, right? And so I feel like if anything, like I want to point this out. It feels like, and it's going to sound a little bit weird when I articulate this, but I think you'll understand. It's almost the type of energy that longs to connect with you one-on-one without other people getting the wrong idea, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean by that? Like it's literally that type of energy. It's like the energy that longs to be able to connect with you one-on-one without others getting the wrong idea, is what I keep on seeing, specifically and particularly because it feels like the type of energy, right? And it does feel um, like I keep on getting like it's the type of energy that I don't know why there's a little bit of an austere quality around someone here, right? The austere quality is the modality by which another person will often say that they long for the time by which connections were more about the personal investment in having time to connect with someone. Like I keep on hearing like someone who misses, who longs for the opportunity, like who understands like the value and power of a personal connection in the space by which you don't have to kind of be mindful of paying attention to everyone else in the progress of trying to get to know someone, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like in that way, like in terms of them building into a true connection, like it definitely feels to me like there's a lot of care here. But especially if this is the modality by which you're potentially, this is the type of energy that if you're constantly inviting them to social situations, they're probably going to say no thanks. But if you ask them to like go grab a meal together or something like that, they'll probably be like, yes, right? Like now, for the energy that I'm seeing around the other person, I see somebody going through something. I see somebody with their guard up. And it has nothing to do with you, is what I keep on getting. I feel like I see somebody who has had their trust shaken through having to go through an experience. And it almost feels to me, and I want to point this out, right? I feel like there's something about the second person that you've mentioned that feels the anxiety in terms of someone that you and them share a connection with, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which, and I wanted to, I don't know what this is that I'm seeing, but the modality by which, and this is what sometimes happens when there's somebody who's hurt us, but we know another person that's energetically connected to them, right? Because it can often create like what happens when another person has hurt us and another person knows them is that we get worried that that person is trying to hurt us through them, is what I keep on getting, right? The modality by which, I don't know what this person experienced by someone, but the capacity of being hurt by someone that often, I keep on hearing, unconsciously extends to those that weren't a part of something, but the fact that they're still in connection to someone who hurt us make us feel like we ourselves are on guard, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something there that's happening there. And I don't think it's something that you yourself have done, but something that they're experiencing, like something that they're experiencing by means of someone that you and them share a connection with, if that makes sense. Now, bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Ace of Cups. The one thing I want to point out, particularly in relationality to, like especially with this energy right now, is it makes everybody feel very vulnerable, right? There's a lot of vulnerability there, and I keep on getting the ability to recognize or to feel through vulnerability allows us to be able to understand. Like I just keep on saying, it's the capacity or the ability by which we understand what we can put like our invested effort in. And what's interesting about it is like I almost feel like if again, like I almost see a situation by which like the first energy, like you being able to offer something to another in terms of having time to like personally connect, I feel like it almost gives me the vibration of someone who'd be very eager for that. The second energy, it feels more like you saying, I'm here whenever you need me, right? Which is not the modality by which you push, but you tell another person that when they're comfortable, then you are energetically present for them. I feel like it's really kind of, like I said, like it's requiring you to understand like the energetic circumstances that they're in, with one, like feeling like, you know, like the space by which you energetically offer, while when I keep on seeing with the other, it's a space by which you say whenever you're energetically ready, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards. Whoop, who's next? 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person, we're also at 93.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. And Nicole, if you're here, if you could respond in all caps, let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I mean, your card's already out, but if you want to let me know, oh, you had the dream interpretation, that would make sense why all these cards are out already, because you've had the dream interpretation coming. So we've got a dream interpretation coming through. Okay. And for anybody else who would like to get on the list right now, it's highest priority. We're reading for highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship. dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to read the list right now for those who are on it. So the list we have right now is Nicole, Angelique, Amber, and Michelle. And if anybody else, once again, if I have not named you and you sent donation, please just send me the initial, just the initial where you sent the donation, and I will confirm I received it. And just confirming right now, Nicole, were you able to post that dream interpretation? Yep, did I name you? Did you hear me call your name, Moon? I'll confirm if I didn't. Second call right now for Nicole. Second call right now for Nicole. Okay, if Nicole has walked, oh. If Nicole has had to step away, it's okay, because I do know, so I'm going to put these cards on hold for them, because it does feel like these cards are related to that reading. Yeah, I know, I'm fully aware of the fact that they were working, which is why I'm like, it's okay. Like, I'm just going to hold these. I'm going to put these cards on hold for now. Oh, no, I mean, if you sent the donation and I said your name, then yeah, that's you. If I said your name, if I read the list and you heard your name on the list, and if there's nobody else that's already, yeah, but I appreciate I appreciate you checking. Okay, perfect. All right, let's continue right now. So the next person on the list right now is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You're welcome, dear. Just hold on a moment. Okay, perfect. And thank you for the follow, Sarah. And Suizzy, thank you for the follow as well. And just a reminder to anybody who's interested in getting on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed for the day. Second call right now for Angelique or Nicole. Second call right now for Angelique or Nicole. If Angelique or Nicole are not here, then the next person on the list for today is Amber. I'm looking for Nicole, Angelique, or Amber. Nicole, Angelique, or Amber. Second call right now for Nicole, Angelique, or Amber. Hi. Oh, Angelique's back. Okay, please hold, Amber. Okay, I see you, Amber. Hold on a minute. I'm here. I need 5. Okay, so if it's okay, Amber, actually, you're up. 2 spots. Yeah, we have 2 spots available. And Amber, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers before we continue. Oh, we got to 100K. Wonderful. We will be doing a giveaway once we complete this reading. But before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wolf. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Amber. Guys, make sure to give Amber some love. One minute. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. And one more. So it's actually interesting because it feels like it's, I mean, I know you're asking for a general, but it feels like a reading that's coming through a guide. And the thing about it is I feel like you're overly focused on something from the past that didn't work out. You know, and I just keep on hearing, the guide just keeps on articulating the same thing, which is to say, you can't go into the future with someone who keeps on telling you that your future is impossible. You cannot move towards the future with someone that is constantly trying to energetically ridicule something that you're trying to do, is what I keep on getting. Like, it's not okay. And this is why I keep on hearing it's not just the fact that it's not okay, it's impossible. Right? You can't move into your future with someone who's ridiculing the possibility of it every step of the way, right? Especially in the space by which another person is trying to articulate that, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing the word hobby, but I keep on hearing the word hobby like in the space by which another person, it, like I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing like the cruel way by which another person keeps on invoking the word hobby around you, which is the modality by which another person is showing you how little, how unseriously they're taking something that means everything to you. And I keep on hearing it's cruel. Like the guide is being very determinative on it, saying if you don't think it's cruel, the guide thinks it's very cruel because it's somebody, I keep on hearing, right? Like you can't get anywhere with someone that's taking your gift and insisting that it's a hobby, because that's somebody who's trying to subtly broadcast to you saying you better keep it as a hobby, is what I keep on saying. You don't really think you could do something with that hobby, right? And I keep on hearing the hobby energy is hobbling you, right? Pay attention if the hobby energy is trying to hobble you. And the reason that the hobby energy is hobbling you is the modality by which, instead of encouraging you, they keep on hobbling you, because they're saying that something that you do, they're broadcasting you to you that they don't take it seriously because they keep calling it a hobby. You can't get anywhere with them. They can't go with you. The hobby energy can't go with you into a future with that, where that's your everything. Because while they're sitting there insisting that it's a hobby, there's you turning it into a profession. There's you turning it into a profession. What's hobby going to do when it's your profession, right? What's hobby going to do when it's your profession? And they've already shown you, right? They've already shown you the energetic disdain that they have for you doing something that you energetically care about. So that's what I keep on hearing. There's something about that word. I keep on hearing you're allowed to be sensitive if there's something that you're taking very seriously and another person keeps on trying to hobble you by calling it a hobby. And it's funny too, like I keep on hearing the way I've never heard the word like this. I just keep on hearing them going hobby. Like they're literally, like it's like they're trying to like drown out the sound of you getting better at something, is what I keep on seeing. You can't. They can't come. I feel like it's hard because the guide's saying they can't come with you. How is it going to happen? And the way you can usually tell with this is how Like, how is that going to happen while you're making that your future and they're sitting there singing the hobby song, right? They're going to look ridiculous, right? They're going to look ridiculous. Like, they're going to look ridiculous, you know? And I think that there's something about that. And I keep on hearing like the modality by which you are effectively doing something, the way another person respects it is the way another person is putting. I keep on hearing, pay attention to how someone is putting, like I keep on hearing like they're showing me something shiny, right? They're saying, pay attention to whether someone's polishing your name or trying to hobble it, is what I keep on hearing. That's what you need to write down. Are they polishing your name or are they hobbling your name? Are they polishing your name or are they hobbling your name? Which is the modality by which another person says, I know this person that is amazing at this, versus someone being like, oh, this is my friend, they've got a hobby. Like again, the space by which another person articulates upon, right? And this is what I keep on hearing, like the space by which another person articulates it. You are allowed to clarify to another person. And I keep on getting, you get to tell them that. You get to articulate that to them once, right? You get to articulate that to them once. You get to say to them, right? You get to say to them, I don't feel comfortable with you calling it a hobby, right? I keep on seeing you say it, like, and I keep on hearing you say to them, I don't feel comfortable with you calling it a hobby because it diminishes the fact that I'm trying to turn it into a profession, right? And I keep on hearing there's no trying. There's no trying, which says if you're actively doing it, then you're doing it, right? You're putting a qualitative value on where you hope it to be. So make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're talking about it in a way by which you are, I keep on hearing, make it gleam, is what I keep on hearing, which says that you can say to someone like, here, I'm giving you this to help you with it, right? And then you also are doing it too, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this, words are important, right? And the thing about it, and you have to understand, like, because again, I keep on seeing words are important. And often, and I need to point this out, the space by which another person does not honor the way that we would aspire for them to articulate our words tells us everything we need to know in terms of whether another person is energetically respectful, right? And it's okay. And here's the thing about it. That's not you being petty. That is not you being petty. That is you recognizing the ability of another person to be working for you or against you in relationality to something that you're trying to do in your life. And especially, and this is why you say it allows, it's not the space by which you take it personally the first time, right? It's your responsibility to come into the act of correction, which is the modality by which you see somebody potentially, again, the first time, right? The first time is innocent, right? The modality by which you say, like, listen, I energetically recognize that there's something there, right? This is how we're effectively going to work towards that in a better way. The second, the third, the fifth time, right? You give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. And the modality by which every time, right? Every time you effectively correct them and they continue to do the error, it's because the relevance becomes the difference between something innocent and something intentional. So allow that clarification to purify the difference between an innocent harm versus an intentional harm, right? Don't glide over it. Reassert is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We also have a giveaway. We're also going to be doing a giveaway. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. I appreciate you. I have no idea why yours didn't. The filtering is completely random and I don't understand it. Sunshine, thank you for the follow, dear. Yep, it's a swan again. No, it makes sense that it was a wolf for that reading, right? Like the mistake isn't innocent if the mistake is repeated, is what I keep on getting. Yeah. All I see is it's a swan again. I've solved the problem that's come with it. I was hoping to hear something. I feel like the thing about it, though, is I feel like, and you were hoping to hear something, but it seems like be someone close. But I feel like this has to do with them as well, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I feel like it's either a conversation that's coming to you or a conversation that you have to have with another in terms of another person not trying to diminish something that they're trying to do, right? Even in, like, I keep on seeing like that, like that's like the nature of the conversation that you need to have, or something that you need to clarify to another in terms of how they. I often see that when somebody's going through a maturation process and another person is in unintentionally accuting someone. And when I mean unintentionally accuting someone is when we care about someone and we try to diminish them by seeing them as a child, being like, that's cute, and being like, it's not cute, right? Like, it's not the space by which we work through cuteness. Because often when another person sees something that we're doing that's important and we identify as cute, we don't feel fully recognized or seen, right? We don't describe the things we care about as cute. We describe them as important, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, I wanted to create a crafting business and change careers, but okay, thank you for confirming around the disapproval that I was seeing. Okay, that's why it was coming through. Thank you for confirming you knew what that was in relationality to. Sending you so much support, and thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, Marie. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today, I'm still looking for Nicole or Angelique. Nicole or Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. Before we continue with our readings, though, we are going to do the giveaway. So I thank you guys. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Angelique, where we can find the information. Before we continue right now, I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see that posts the number, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, congratulations, Bridget, you got it. We will do that again. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow, and we will do that again when we get to 150K. Friends, we're already 113, so thank you so much for tapping that screen. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the water dragon. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Just bear with me a moment. You said that you sent it over, dear? I'm not seeing the message. Okay. So if it hasn't come through yet, I would ask you to resend it, or and as we wait, hold on. Oh, you're giving it to Dada. I love that. Oh, Dada, wonderful. I will change that there. Thank you so much, Bridget. Excellent. Wonderful. So Dada, you have a reading that will be available to you starting tomorrow. Okay. And thank you guys. Deeply appreciate you guys supporting each other here. Absolutely. A crane is basically water dragon. Yes, and thank you so much, guys. Excellent. Well, I will let Dada know as soon as they're back if they're not here right now. Absolutely. And thank you so much for doing that, Bridget. They are the tapping champion. I deeply appreciate them. All right, let's continue right now. So as we're waiting right now for Angelique, we're going to continue right now in relationality to Nicole. I think you said that you needed some time. Hold on, let me just read. Bear with me. Hold on, I just see if that's an issue, so I need to go back again. Hold on, yep. Well, we'll see. Well, why don't we do it this way? Like, we'll see how far we get. I'm not sure if that, like, if not, we can always read it on it tomorrow. Okay? Absolutely. Okay. Yep, I get you. How you doing, Siobhan? All right, so I'm going to go over, so just a reminder, basically where we are right now. I'm waiting for Angelique's message. Nicole needs some more time, right? I know Angelique's here. The issue is Angelique was sending a message, but I haven't received yet. So we're waiting for that to come through. In the meantime, the next person on the list for today is Michelle. So Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading? No, it's okay. Or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, there are 2 more spots available today if anybody would like to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I got you, Michelle. Excellent. And as I mentioned, friends, we've got 2 spots available. And before we continue right now, yep, just bear with me a minute. Excellent. Well, we already did the animal spirit. I haven't seen it come through yet, Sim, so we're going to move forward. Yep, no problem. We're going to do Michelle's read, and then we'll get started on yours. I've got you here. Highest priority for Michelle, please. And 2 more. One more, please. I feel like I see, you experiencing some kind of circumstance or situation with another person related to unnecessary static, is what I keep on getting. You know? And the thing about and it feels like, I don't know, it like feels like somebody that there's it feels like there's a boundary issue here between you and another person. And the way you can usually tell, the way that you can usually tell that there's a boundary, and the hard part with a boundary issue, it's like energy's never going to come through and tell you that they have boundary issues, right? Like there's no world by which another person, like I wish we could live in a world by which another person says like, hi, I've got boundary issues. But like you have to, like the best way we effectively recognize it is we have to suss out when somebody has boundary issues. And the way you can, the most surefire way that you can usually tell that somebody has boundary issues is the modality by which the rules of engagement by which they expect to move towards you are not the same in relationality to what you need to be, what you're able to put through to them, right? Like the situation by which, because I keep on seeing like the situation by which another person leaves you in a state of perpetual waiting, but then when they effectively reach out, they expect immediate response, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is all, I keep wondering, that is all the closure. That is all the closure that you need around a circumstance or situation, right? Because, and I like to point this out, typically when somebody has a boundary issue and you point it out to them, right? The way you can usually tell too is the difference between someone that when you point it out, they go, you're right. Like that's something that I need to work on. Versus somebody that says, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay? And I keep on hearing you need to underline and highlight the words, I don't know what you're talking about. Pay attention if someone is being intentionally oblique with you. And the way you can usually tell when someone is being intentionally oblique is the space by which you cannot be clearer, right? It's the way you can tell when someone is being intentionally oblique is when you get more specific, when you could not be any clearer, and somebody looks at you and says, honestly, you're not making any sense. There it is. There is the boundary issue in action, right? The space by which another person continues, like the space by which another person tries to perpetually make it feel like you are not communicating correctly is the definition of you being able to discern a boundary issue. Because, and I keep on, and here's the thing about it, spirit, like there's usually one of two different things happening, and in either way, it does not require more energy from you. If you are doing something and you could not be any more clear, right? And another person that continues not to be able to grasp what you're saying, like either the modality is occurring, and I can see you navigating this, being like, they're not grasping it, or they're intentionally oblique, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one the case is, because neither one is a problem, right? Neither one is your problem. to effectively address. The observation of it is all you need to effectively navigate. Don't let, right? Don't get more granular. If every time you try to say to somebody exactly what the issue is, they say you're not making any sense, recognize that that is the sound of seeing another person's boundary issue, right? Like, there it is. That's the boundary issue. That's the confirmation of the boundary issue. Because a normal person, right? A normal person, when you articulate to them and say, you know, every time I reach out to you, this is what occurs, right? The answer you should get is, I didn't realize that. Oh my God, I will work to correct that. Or this is what I'll do instead, right? The ability for another person to directly address what it is that you're articulating is the issue shows you their capacity of being able to work through it. But somebody with a boundary issue, right, will avoid you pointing out that they have one, to the extent by which when you articulate that the one is existing, they'll try to make you feel like there's something wrong with you, rather than admitting to the fact that they have that issue. Don't let it make you feel wild. If it's making you feel frustrated, just move away from it. Because I just keep on seeing whatever this is, and it feels like somebody trying to come towards you, right? Reciprocity and communication is a two-way street, right? We energetically communicate and we reciprocate. And the ability by which we do so, we give each other the tools we need in order to do things effectively, right? You are not there at another person's discretion or discernment, but the modality by which another person will often feel, right? Like the space by which another person will feel the energetic need to reach out to you. But then in the modality by which you reach out to them, they feel like you're an energetic burden or one that doesn't need to be energetically addressed. That tells you everything you need to know about the shape of that relationship. And I feel like it's really difficult because I can see somebody, right? I can see the fact that there's an experience between you and another person where there's a lot of intensity. But I need to stress this, right? Intense connections are amplified and articulated upon the care that we bring towards them. It's the space by which we are effectively able to arrive in terms of what is energetically helpful, not the modality. I keep wondering, not the space by which another person is perpetually making you feel uncomfortable because they keep bringing things to you that don't make any sense. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, if another person, like, here's the thing about it. If another person is being, like I keep on hearing this, like if they are being ubiquitous, like that's the closure, right? If it's the modality, if it is a situation or circumstance that like it feels like completely, like I keep on seeing like the weirdness, like let someone's weirdness be the closure, particularly and especially if it feels like another person is not energetically communicating to you unless they effectively aspire and desire to. Healthy communication makes sense. We don't leave each other hanging in the space of effectively navigating things. And even, I keep on hearing, even when we do, we energetically address the holdup, specifically because often energy that I see like this, they'll try to effectively invest. You'll usually notice this. Energy like this will invest hours in talking to you so that way they have a blank space by which you effectively don't reach out to them. And then they'll be like, where were you? And they'll be like, what are you talking about? Why are you obsessed? I spent all of that time on the phone with you. And there it is, isn't it? There it is, isn't it? Right? The energy that literally tells on themselves by going, why are you asking where I was when I spent all this time with you here? Why are you obsessed? Being like, because it doesn't make sense, right? Don't let someone front load conversation on you to give themselves a window of unknown, right? So let the lack of consistency be the affirmation, because often in the space by which you effectively articulate that and another person effectively attacks you, let their attack be your confirmation. Let the attack, if they become incensed, that is your confirmation. They're never going to come out right to say it, but the space by which they can explain it, that is your explanation, regardless as to whether the volume raises, because the volume raises is the absolute confirmation, right? Because it should not create the raise of volume unless the raise of volume is an energetic distraction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lyo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hold on a moment. I just need a moment to read over the comments. One moment, please. Okay. Excellent. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes, I got it now, Sim. Excellent. No, I completely understand, Nicole. Yeah, like you said, when you're on the hold list, like it's not, the reading's not going anywhere. The brain is basically a water. Got it. Absolutely. Thank you, Nikki. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue. No problem, dear. And thank you, Marie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. Yeah, it would be nice but I mean, again, I need to point this out. Like those who are like, I feel like those who are like working on the self try to do that, right? Yeah. Thank you as well, Siobhan. Yeah, let the confusion be the conclosure. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And before we continue, as I mentioned, we've got 1 spot on the list today before the list will be closed. And if anybody is joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lyo. We're doing well today, Carlos. How are you doing today? All right, and just bear with me a minute. I just need to pull up this question here. Excellent. Hold on a minute. All right, I've got it coming through now. Okay, so there's a lot of information here, so I'm going to need a moment to just read over it. How you doing today, Archangel? And Agnes, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. Excellent. Can you just bear with me a moment? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, let's continue. How are you doing today, Laura? All right, so before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to read the list for those who are asking because I see that before we get started on today's reading, on the next reading. So the list I have right now is, Nicole, Angelique, Bridget, and Agnes. So that's the energy that's on the list right now. If I have named you, and if I have not named you and you sent the donation, I just need you to send me the initial where you sent it, and I'll confirm your placement on the list. Excellent. Oh, you did? That's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that, ECT. Excellent. Okay, perfect. Winning. Did you? You got it, Bridget. You got it. Amazing. Thank you for the compliment, Laura. I appreciate it. All right. Excellent. Did I name you? Did you hear your name on there? Okay, so all I need, dear. Okay, so hold on. Let me just confirm before we continue. One moment. And thank you guys for your patience. We're just confirming the list before we continue. Okay, one moment, please. Got it. Hold on a minute. Okay, Michelle. Oh, I've got you, Michelle. Yep, I've got you here. So correcting the list. The list is Nicole, Angelique, Michelle, Bridget, and Agnes. Perfect. Got it. I do my best to multitask. It comes with the territory. Okay, so we're going to be doing an energetic read right now for Angelique. I'm going to pin them up here. Guys, make sure to give them some love. All right. 4 cards, please. Oh, correction, 3 cards. 4 cards, thank you. I mean, so everything I'm seeing in relationality to this, it's very similar to what I was basically seeing before. And the thing I want to identify around this, and I feel like the thing that I want to stress is, like, you basically recognized, right? You're moving back into the space by which you find energetic harmony with someone, right? The modality by which, when you and another person are in the context of being, when it's just you and them, right? Like, everything feels like it's energetically perfect, right? But I feel like the important thing that you're understanding and recognizing that still needs to be addressed is what potentially happens in the context by which you go out with them, is what I keep on seeing. I'm not surprised by what you said. Oh, you know what? It's great. you know, we talked about it and it was rough, but then we went back to the way that we used to be, right? The space by which it was just me and them, and everything feels wonderful. Because yeah, like that's what you're understanding, like what you're understanding right now is the issue that you're experiencing has nothing to do with the quality time that you're energetically spending together, but what effectively occurs in the context of being out in social circumstances or situations with them, right? And I want you to be very conscientious about that, because what you effectively identified that was occurring has to do with how they feel insecure in social situations with you. And so I would actually articulate that the thing that you have to be very conscientious about is, I'm not surprised that you're saying, oh, you know, you basically, and I want you to understand, like what I'm seeing from an energetic perspective, you articulated to me, right? You articulated to me that you have this energetic situation by which when you guys are cozying up together, right? When it's just you and them, everything is wonderful, right? But the first time, like one of the first times that you tried to go out in public with them, somebody effectively articulated, like tried to be friendly to you, and then they twisted, right? They turned that friendliness into something intimate, and then they tried to initiate intimacy with that person, with you effectively facilitating it. That's the energetic concern point here. So I feel like the issue about it, like when you articulate upon whether the energy's changed, no, the energy hasn't changed, because the issue that's occurred between you both hasn't been addressed. I mean, it's been addressed in the space by which you articulate. It's only been half addressed, is what I keep on seeing. It's been half addressed because you articulated to someone the fact that you were bothered by it, the fact that you are energetically concerned, that it was something that was concerning, and it is powerful and important by the fact that they're taking energetic accountability in terms of what occurred. But the thing about this that I would effectively articulate to you is, you're not going to know if it's been energetically resolved until you go back out with them again. And when I say going out with them, I don't mean going in with them, right? And that's what I would almost be conscientious about. I would be wary about going in with them more until you resolve the outward issue that's potentially happening when you integrate, or when you're in the presence of other energy, potentially and especially other energy that they themselves find appealing or attractive, is what I keep on seeing. So making sure, right, the space by which you effectively articulate or amplify upon what's energetically concerning, I keep on seeing that the issue related to it is, yeah, you're not, of course, like of course things are going to be great, right? Of course things are going to be wonderful in the context of you and them, right? The issue isn't the issue isn't about the connection between you. The issue is the boundary issue that potentially is related to the space by which they effectively felt insecure and tried to project that insecurity upon you as it relates to being in a social situation with you. So unfortunately, the thing that I have to navigate here is making sure, not like I almost would articulate the what's I'm getting here from the guides, is make sure that you're going, like I almost feel like the space by which you effectively attenuate whether this is healthy is by making sure that you're getting out more, right? The only way you're going to know, the only way you're going to navigate the quality of the health of this relationship is if you go back out into the space by which you encounter other energy, and the modality by which they themselves, like if you see, I keep wondering, if you see the fact that the energy shifts in relationality to understanding the position that they put you in, right? That's going to tell you everything that you need to know. Now, in this modality or the circumstance or situation, right? Like the space by which another person, I keep on hearing like this is the hard truth about it. The difference between somebody taking accountability for something versus saying what they would do. I feel like the conversation that you have to have that you're not articulating, even in the conversation that you had with them, is saying, what will you do differently? Nothing that you articulated to me I keep wondering, a lot of words, very little, and I need to point this out, like this is what I saw in the message, a lot of words, very little progress. And I keep on hearing an apology isn't progress, right? An apology is not the modality by which another person says, yeah, sorry about that, right? You can say sorry about that, like, sorry I put you through it, it's going to happen again, right? Progress is saying, this is what I should have done differently. This is what I shouldn't have done. So make sure that you're having make sure that not only are you having conversations about how distressing that was, and also saying to them, what do you, I feel like you have to say to them, what do you think you're apologizing for? Right? Ask them to articulate to you what they think that you're upset about, if you want to see if the healing has really occurred. Say, I just want to be clear. Do you understand? Can you articulate to me what you believe I was upset about in that situation? Because what they effectively say to you will effectively help you recognize if the apology was an appeasement, something that they said to effectively appease you, or if they truly understand why something they did was so energetically distressing. Because if and again, in the space where we should say, oh, you're upset because of this, I feel like that's the continuation of the conversation being like, no, bottom of the deck, right? And if somebody, and I want to tell you right now, if someone gets hostile about you bringing it up, if someone says, I already apologized for it, why can't you let it go? Then that is a sign of someone that's not invested in doing the work, right? If this is the energy by which another person in the space by which you say, can you please clarify to me what part of that you're apologizing for? And in the modality by which they can't articulate that they would do something differently, it's like that'll be your confirmation that, like, again, you're noting the quality and situation that has to do with the ability of recognizing the difference between someone apologizing versus someone that authentically says, like, the recognition of not only not apologizing for how it made you feel, but the identification of someone who recognizes that they're apologizing because they recognize that they did something that was actually wrong, right? This will help you get to the source of it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority and you'll be read for before the daily collective begins. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. I'd like to thank myself and Nikki for this win. I really appreciate that, Bridget. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, it's up, Nicole. Thank you. Hi there, Dr. Genuine. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I was attempting to multitask. I heard the reading and just couldn't respond until now. It was perfect. Oh, no problem, dear. I appreciate it. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Yeah, I take responsibility to take things on and fix things. You're right. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad that that message connected to you. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. All right. Yes, absolutely. I understand. Yeah, that's what she was saying at all. No, I understand, dear. Yeah, it's your partner's response to the end. Exactly. Like you've got it. You've got it right there, Laurel. Like it's of course it's like the hard part about it is like it's not the space by which you guys are alone together. It's basically what happens when there's other energy around you, is what I keep on seeing. All right. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. Okay, and the next person on the list for today that I have here is Nicole. And Nicole, it looks like we're doing a dream interpretation. Just a reminder to anybody who would like to have a dream interpreted or a past life that you would like more information on. You can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to, yeah, hold on a minute. All right, this is a very intense dream that we're getting to. So you're just going to have to bear with me a moment. I can see why it took you a minute, Nicole. Absolutely. Bear with me a sec. So we're going to continue right now. Before we do so, before we do the next dream interpretation, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next read. All right, bear with me a minute. I'm going to pin up. Hold on a minute. I know, you heard them too. Absolutely. Yeah, and thank you guys for supporting each other in these reads. I know that it's not easy. Hold on, I'm just going to read over the comments before we get started on the next stream, because I feel like I missed some comments, so just bear with me a minute. And thank you for sharing the live. Good vibes. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, so it's the external energy that it's not, no, I need to stress this. I cannot stress this enough. It is not external energy that is interfering. It is how another person navigates external energy. Okay? Like that is, I have to be clear on this. It is not external energy interfering in any way, shape, or form. It's whether another person is holding you and your relationship with them as priority, is what I keep on getting. That is, and I want you to be very conscious, especially in the modality by which another person, if you notice a tendency by which they have a tendency of trying to articulate someone interfering, pay very close attention to that. Okay? Energy never interferes. Energy does not interfere. Our responsibility is holding energetic priority to things. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for confirming what I was saying, Laurel. Yes, exactly. It's your partner's response to energy. Exactly. Like and if you notice a tendency of them trying to articulate that they feel like energy is interfering, that is them telling on themselves and the fact that they're not holding you as priority. Exactly. I can definitely have that conversation with them and get more clarity. Exactly. But here's the thing about it. If they react when you bring it up, that's your closure, because it should not create a volatility point. Like, that's what I mean. If you are literally, if that's a modality by which you feel like there's hostility, that is your closure. Yeah, be so far, I think they're pretty receptive. Exactly. Exactly, Laurel. The hostility around that subject is all you need to know. Exactly. Thank you for confirming. Hold on a minute. In terms of timing right now, I'm basically seeing here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I've got 4 more reads. And Michelle, I also need you to supply me with the first, letter of the last name that you sent the donation through to confirm the reading. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. So if you're being read for next, then that would effectively make it so that you're effectively going to be like in about like the next like 10 minutes. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. KT, I need to point out, you're creating annoyance for yourself. You could literally be anywhere else on the planet right now. There's a million places that you could be. There are so many places that you can explore. There are worlds around you. There are books, and yet you identify the fact that you're here right now, and that the thing that you had to do with your one precious life is communicate the fact that we're annoying you. So I hope that that was something that was really important to communicate. I deeply appreciate the information, but I also like to point out that it's not, you're not, like, you're here because you choose to be here. I don't know what to tell you. I have some good news for you. If you're annoyed by being here, you don't have to be. I hope you have a good day, dear. All right, let's continue. I got some great news to share. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's continue right now. Okay, no, I understand. Sorry, I was looking to confirm you received, so I know. So you're coming back tomorrow. Okay. So I'm happy to confirm. So, and I'm saying basically, Marie, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to confirm that I received the donation from you, but I need you, like what I'm basically articulating is I need you to effectively let me know the last initial of the name that you sent the payment for, so I can confirm that I have that payment. That's what I'm asking you to do right now. So I'm going to read the list again. So the list I have, okay? The list I have right now, okay? I'm going to read it again. If I don't say your name, let me know, okay? The list I have is Nicole, who's the next person who's going, Michelle, Bridget, and Agnes. So if I've named your first name, then I need you to confirm to me what the last initial of, what your last initial is, so that I can confirm that that is your payment. Thank you. Yep. I just want to, like, again, I appreciate the fact that you're new, so I'm just trying to help you in terms of understanding how it works here. Thank you, San, for the follow. Absolutely. Yep. You have nothing to apologize for. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I haven't received that payment, is what I'm saying. I'm looking for it right now. And again, and that's why I said you never have to put your full last name. I need to stress this. That's why I was saying that just the first initial of your last name. You just need to, I just need the first initial. I am currently in the process of trying to find your payment. So I appreciate that, but next time you don't need to feel the need to put the full name. I just need the initial, honey. Okay? Hold on a minute. No, I know. I don't want you stressed. You don't need to feel stressed. Okay. So I need to point this out. If you sent it in the payment form that starts with a P, I do not see it, is what I'm basically articulating. I'm looking, and it doesn't seem like it's gone through if it was through the payment form that starts with a P. So I need you to double check that the payment actually came through, because on my side, I don't see a payment that has that last name connected to it. I hope that helps. And again, I want to make sure, I want to help you get that reading too. But this is how we make sure that we confirm that the donations came through. Okay, I'll keep looking. If it's over, oh, I see it now. Okay, it's there now. Okay, I just updated and it has appeared. Okay, thank you so much, dear. I've got you. Perfect. All right, and the list I need to point out is closed. If you would like, Bridget, I would like to ask if it would be possible for me to move you first tomorrow and you'll have priority. Just let me know. Oh, in 10 minutes, it was when I could give that person their reading, Ruby. Thank you. Good to see you, dear. Excellent. Okay, we're in good shape now. Okay, good. No, you don't have to give up. We got it. We found it. We're good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna read the list right now again. We've got basically, so the list right now we're about to read for We're about to read for Nicole. We've got Nicole, Michelle, Queen, and Agnes. And when we actually Agnes and Queen, correction, Agnes and Queen, and hold on, Quiara Mari. What a beautiful name. I hope I'm saying it correctly. If I'm not saying it correctly, let me know. Quiara Mari. Quiara Mari, just let me know if I'm saying your name correctly. That is the list that we have right now, and the list is closed. Anyone who gets on the list after, like today, will be added to tomorrow's reading, and you'll have first privilege, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective begins. Hi there, EC. Yes, yes, that is the shirt. I think that, yes, that's the hoodie I'm wearing today. I'm glad you like. Thank you. Excellent. Let's get to it. All right, perfect. Makes sense. Okay, I'm back. Hi there, Per. Okay, we're getting to it. Let's get to it. All right, guys. This is a very invested. This is a very intense dream reading. So first thing. Okay, I'm going to effectively pin up here. Yeah, I've got the coconut coming through. Bear with me a moment. First things first. I'm sorry, we just had to do a little bit of resolution in terms of the list. First thing I'm doing right now is we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Earth dragon. Getting there. Nice. You know, Nicole, I always like to point out it's always a good sign when the person I'm about to read for gets very close to what it is. So that's a good thing. I'm going to point out, I'm going to pin Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. All right. It's a dream, so you know what that means. Nice. Outside tea. And boy, if you are in the disco right now, you got pictures to this, which those, like, there's some tea here that will only be accessible to those who are on the subscriber only disco channel. Okay, outside tea. I'm hoping to get some insight on a dream I had recently. In the dream, I knew I was taking a trip. I was going to see my friend, and a little background on this friend. Every dream I remember the past couple of months, they are always in it. They're always by my side or close by, and they don't talk, but their presence always makes me feel safe. They typically will smile at me or laugh, and if they say anything, it's one word in a whisper. And then okay, I think there might be something missing in your translation of this, because it says, then we jumped to, which doesn't seem to make sense. So there might be something missing in what you're articulating, but continuing forward from what you explained, you said, we're on this little rickety train on an island, and we're going from one island to another on a big, vast body of water. Things seem almost mystical here, and the sky is different. It's nighttime and daytime here, so you can see stars and sun in the sky, and the water is almost an unrealistic aqua blue with patches of dark blue. I notice the creatures in the water are different as soon as we get over onto open water. I notice how high up this bridge is. It's just a single rail bridge bent up by really slim sticks, and my friend is to the left. His mother is sitting in front of me in the cargo of this small rickety train car. It's open on all sides, and I notice how high above the water we are, and it makes me a little nervous, and my heart starts pounding as I look down. I see some really slim, long dogs, like wild dogs. We interrupted their private time on the train and scared them into the water. They jumped off and almost fly through the water, unnaturally and weird as they swim. At the speed of light, you see them in the dream transforming into different creatures. And you can't see them, but that far, and you think, wow, that was weird. Some things are unnatural. It's crazy that they made it there so quickly. And you look down again, and you saw a small group of snakes keeping up with the train. And these snakes looked normal, just never seen these type of green snakes before. They look like they're swimming in a group, and all of a sudden, for a big long moment, for a big long eel-looking snake that comes up from behind quickly and eats them all in one bite and then speeds off. And I thought that was unusual too. The water was very beautiful. I can't stop staring at it in the dream. My friend is just smiling and watching me observe everything, I guess, where we're going, and their mom turns around excitedly and saying that they're going to the island that they've never seen his mom in person. Going to an island, I've never seen his mom in person. So I've seen pictures. It's just like her, and she's very pretty and happy and excited to be on vacation. And I noticed that we're on the train. It's rickety and loud, but it's beautiful to be up there, and the sky is very interesting. The island doesn't seem to be getting any closer, though. And I think I fall asleep in the dream, because the next thing I know, I wake up in the dream, and my friend, and me and my friend are in a dark room. And there are different colored lights in the corner and no light bulbs, but there are just beams of light or green or some blue tints to it. And in the shadows, I see 3 really tall, skinny, slim men. They look a little older and are tired. And their eyes are fluorescent green. And they wore white gowns, and it's hard to tell, hold on, hard to tell, like almost like priest robes. And they had this weird hat on their, they had a weird hat, and their teeth were unusually long, but proportional to how long their body was. Their hands were also extremely long and skinny, and their face is very long. Everything's long. They're very tall, and they walk over to us. My friend introduces me without saying it, and they respond out loud to me. Though they surround me, I get a little friendly. I didn't know whether to be scared of them or not, but I was a little uncomfortable when one puts their arm around me, and I realized that I was uncomfortable. I look for my friend, and they're laying on a bed with their head halfway into a pillow, sleeping, and a kind of panic strikes me, and then I wake up. There's also some pictures. For those who are on the disco, there are also some pictures that go in alignment with this dream as well. I appreciate it. That was a lot to be able to contain, and I think you did a great job in doing it in a short period of time. So that said, can I get 4 cards, please, in relationality to the dream? Yeah. So the dream itself is working into the context of meeting new things. And the way, and I need to point this out, the way that we judge our friends, right? The way that we the way that we build into trusting one another is being able to energetically trust one another's judgment. Okay? I need to describe, like, there's something that we need to start this dream on. And the space by which we identify the ability to trust each other's judgment is often the way that we are able to identify whether we feel safe or not in different environments. And it's interesting by the fact that you articulated that a lot of the dreams that you've been having right now are in relationalities to a particular friend, because what we basically see in the space of the dream is being able to attenuate whether you're building into situations with this person in the space by which they espouse sound judgment, right? And that is first articulated in the space by which you said that this is an individual in the dream space that you see is by your side, but doesn't seem to talk much. But their presence always makes you feel safe, right? But the thing about it is safety is not attenuated energetically, right? Because safety is often identified in someone who projects confidence in things, right? And the way that we effectively, often when we exude confidence, the confidence that we feel upon things is calibrated with the determinations that we make. So what do we see that's happening in the modality of the dream space? The first thing that you identify, okay, is the space by which you, right? The space by which you and another person are on what appears to be a very rickety train, right? Now, the space by which, right, the space by which you see the fact that you're moving on the train from island to island, and you're going from one island to another, and it's big and it's fast, and you're having a lot of that locomotion there, right? And everything seems fine until you begin to look around. And what's important to recognize there is the modality by which you recognize that not only are you on that train, but also their parent, right? So what you basically identify, if you put yourself in the position of that person, is understanding the modality of being on a rickety train by which all the energy that you care about is on it too, right? And it's the modality by which it seems a little bit energetically strange, right? In the space by which you identified, right? What you basically identify that is occurring is over and over again on the space of being on that train with them, there are distressing things happening, okay? There are distressing things happening, right? There are things that potentially make one feel energetically concerned, right? You identified the fact that not only were you on a rickety train, but it seemed like the things that were holding the train up were not necessarily strong, right? You also identified the fact that the like you said, the slim sticks by which the train was moving. And you identified the fact that while you were on the train, there were these wild dogs on the train. And I need to point this out. The train was so dangerous, right? The train was so dangerous that the wild dogs on the train jumped off of it, right? And this is what the guides are effectively showing you in terms of the question you need to ask yourself is, when all of these distressing things are happening, what is your friend doing? What is your friend doing? Like, what is your friend? What is your friend? Like, there's distressing things happening when you would basically identify, and like you said, it's fascinating, right? It's fascinating, but fascinating needs to be calibrated with strengthening, okay? And what often happens, right, when somebody is too concerned, right, when someone is putting their attention towards the wrong things, then the modality by which what they should be doing is holding the energetic space of concern, right, in relationality to the energy that's moving along with them, right? Where is that confidence coming from, right? And so this could potentially be the space by which you may notice a tendency of that person, right, to potentially move through things that potentially like allow the space by which, when being like, aren't you concerned about someone, and being like, being like, you know, like it's saying to me like there's a little bit of that modality there that potentially needs to be addressed. Now, that is important in relationality to the space by which you articulated, right? The space by which you articulated that in another flash, right? You never made it to the island that you were trying to get towards, but instead, right, you find yourself in this room, right? And you identify these strange figures there, right? And the strange figures effectively are distressing you. And what do you see your friend doing? They're energetically sleeping, right? And this is what is it's effectively helping you potentially navigate the shape of understanding that the modality by which we articulate concern, right? It helps us effectively navigate or calibrate the concern that we bring to things, that amplify and articulate the healthy investment as it relates to our point of care, right? Because that's not the space, right? It's not, and this is what's interesting about it, right? Because the first part, right, the first part of the dream you identified was magical, right? You identified the fact that it felt exhilarating. So these are the guides that are helping you understand that calibration point, which is the space by which whenever we're doing something, right, if we want to have something beautiful happen, we have to effectively surrender the energetic outcome. But we don't surrender the outcome so much that we stop caring about the things that are energetically necessary or important, because this is where we see that curiosity can become toxic, because the difference between, right, the difference between the energetic safety that you potentially felt in the modality by which you felt like something wasn't, you like pay attention to how while you were on the train, right? Even though things gave the appearance to being dangerous, the train was working, right? That was the ability that effectively helps you calibrate the healthy surrender that we bring in relationality to doing things that we haven't done before, right? That feeling of confidence that we have when we know where we're effectively trying to go, versus the modality by which another person surrenders, right? Surrenders so much that they stop caring about things. They just assume that everything's going to be okay. That almost creates the context by which trauma can occur, right? So this is effectively the guides that are effectively showing you that ability, right? The understanding of being able to help you identify the relationships in your own life, because it articulates upon understanding that the valuation point should be in the concern that another person has, not just for your person, but how you energetically feel, right? Because the space of another putting you in a situation by which you feel energetically uncomfortable, right, is not the space by which we occupy in friendship, because it's the modality by which you experience the space by which another person puts you in an awkward situation, right? The difference between energetically traveling together, which is the modality by which their eyes were wide open as they were experiencing it with you, and the feeling of certainty because you trusted them in being able to assess what feels secure, versus the modality by which another person puts you in a situation so that they can rest and potentially requires you to have to navigate the uncomfortability of the experience that they put you into. This is effectively the guide showing you the energetic difference between the modality of someone who trusts the process but is energetically present as they're trusting the process, right? Like you trust the process but you're present within the process, versus the modality of someone that says trust the process but it indicates the fact that they don't actually care. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the Five of Wands in its upright, right? The modality and the ability, right? That I keep wondering, you trust the process, but you're energetically present in the process, right? Because often the sound of negligence, right? The sound of energetic negligence is often operating into the context, right? It's operating into the energetic context of being able to understand the energetic security that we bring to each other that is articulated or identified in relationality to being energetically protective to one another. And the modality by which, right, the modality by which we work in that space, right, it's helping one identify the boundary issue between the energetic feeling of security and stability that occurs in the sense or in the state of being able to articulate upon our own feeling of what feels stable, which is potentially a relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if you articulate to me that this relationship has somehow helped you find your own sense of courage, but also the understanding of a relationship that sometimes energetically disappoints us in the moment or in the modality by which another person, right, pushes into the assurance too much and ends up causing trauma in the experience by which they're too energetically assured that everything will be okay, right? So that's a lot of the work that we see that says, right, like we trust the process, but also we shore up the process, is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's like you trust the process, but then you shore it up as well, which is the identification point by which the presence effectively energetically assures it, is what I keep on saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is currently closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you will be the first person read for. You'll also have, you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have a priority, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective read begins. The next person that we're reading for today is Michelle. Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes. Running to the disco. Absolutely. No, it's not issues. No, no. Thank you so much for elaborating on it. Yep. Yeah, under the direct message bubble. Yep. I didn't have time. I get it. A little uncomfortable. That's the thing about it, right? Like the fact that you say, they're like, I felt a little uncomfortable. And I mean, like, I like the fact that even in the dream space, somebody was like, I felt a little uncomfortable. And meanwhile, everybody reading the dream is mortified, right? Like, I love the fact that in the space of articulating, being like, I was a little uncomfortable. And meanwhile, everybody who's reading the dream is absolutely mortified. Yep. The list is closed today, Selena. But if you get on today, you'll be the second person read for tomorrow. Yeah, chilling, smiling, exactly. The dogs weren't on the train. Okay, it was hard to recognize that. But I need to point out, like the space by which, right? Like the space by which I feel like that it's literally the guide showing you the difference between what feels like safety versus what feels like negligence. You know? Yeah. They jumped in the water by the beach and the bridge below the sand. Yep. No problem, Avatar. The list is closed right now, Selena. But if you get on the list for today, you'll be read for tomorrow. Absolutely. Yeah, I like that, but that's the thing. But that even now, like that is you helping you in the space of you being like, I was a little distressed, and everybody else is like, you know what I mean? But that's showing, right? It's showing the fact that you need to pay attention to your distress, right? Your distress is more than reasonable, right? Like that's literally the energy that says honor your distress, because what you feel is energetically distressing, others find mortifying, right? Like that is effectively helping you, and that's what the guides are effectively showing you in that dream space. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, hold on a minute, just reading over. The next person on the list for today is Michelle. Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? Yeah, you're like, exactly. Everyone else is mortified and you're like, is this bad? Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. We're also at 123K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. Excellent. All right, second call right now for Michelle. If Michelle is not here, the next person on the list for today is, hold on a moment. Let me just confirm. Let's find it here. Just looking back up on the list. Excellent. And just a reminder, we are also at 123K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. The next person on the list for today is Kiara Rami. I hope I apologize if I'm saying your name incorrectly. It's beautiful. If you could let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question. And in the meantime, I'm still looking for Michelle. Thank you, Kiara Marie. Thank you for helping me with it. It's absolutely beautiful. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And while we wait for the question to come through, I feel like you've already posted it here. Hold on, never mind, I've got it. And while we wait, we've got, let's do an intuition check. So we've got the animal spirit guide here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Kiara Marie? So I know you're new here, so typically when we say inside tea or outside tea, it's something that you're comfortable with me sharing, or if this is a private message in relationality to the reading that you would like to have like just between you and me. So it's basically whether you're comfortable with me sharing your question. If you're, hold on a minute. Guys, please remember, please don't message people asking you to message them, promising weird things. No, I don't want to, hold on a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you are comfortable. Wonderful, thank you. And hold on, let me just fix something here. Dun, dun, dun. Comment settings. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so basically the reading that we're doing right now, general reading, any blocks that need to be known. I did just get my heart broken as well. I'm going through a lot of transitions. I'm pulling a lot of Tower and Death cards. I got you, dear. Okay, I'm going to pin up Kiara Marie here. Guys, make sure. No, there's nothing embarrassed here. Are you kidding? Absolutely not. I mean, listen, like, I feel like you're already like Tower and Death cards. Like, I feel like that's the space by which you're navigating the heartbreak. Like, you're not going to find that here. Okay, can I get 4? Yeah, 3 cards, please. Oh, 4, yeah. 3 cards, please. No way. God, are you kidding me? Absolutely not. I mean, like somebody was like, you are not in somebody's caliber. My goodness. Oh my God. Let's talk about this. You want to hear it? Chance of a life. Oh my gosh. Woof. You've got every reason to be upset. Like you got every I can see it. There's some past life energy here as well. I gotta feel like sometimes, like, you know what? And I want to give you, here's the thing about it. I feel like you gave, like, listen, you do not need to be embarrassed with giving someone another chance. You look at me right now. You do not for a minute, do not for a minute tell me that you're embarrassed for giving someone another chance. Giving someone an opportunity to bless the mistake of a past is like the highest context by which we're able to energetically heal. And I want to be conscientious about this because I literally see a situation or circumstance by which you literally said to another person, I just need you to be honest. Right? Because the difference, right? The difference between doing something energetically together versus trying to circumvent someone is the difference between being in actual union versus someone who has a tendency of effectively trying to go around something because it's easier. And here's the thing about it. In healthy relationship, we do the hard work together, right? We don't avoid something because because the word that I keep on seeing is healthy relationship does not curtail manifestation goals. They make them better than one could ever imagine possible. And the modality by which you literally said to someone, all you have to do, like if you say to someone, there is one thing I am asking you to do and be honest with me about everything. If you literally articulated that all you need to do is be honest and they can have it, then the reason that you're hurt is because they didn't want to give it to you too. Right? The reason that you're hurt is because they didn't want to give it to you too. Right? The modality by which you said to someone, I will literally let you have. I literally see a situation by which you were like, what you literally like saying to someone, you can have anything, right? Like the gift of a relationship by which all you want to do is support another person's yes. The modality by which you say to someone, help me work towards your yes, let me support your yes. And in the modality by which another person tried to circumvent you, the reason that hurts is because you recognize that they did not want to extend that to you. They were too insecure, right? They were too insecure to recognize, right? They'd rather, I know it drives me nuts too. They would rather go around you because God, if they recognize that, then they recognize that they would give it to you too, right? The modality by which another person was not prioritizing your yes in the same way. And I want you to be conscientious about this because you know that this is a situation by which this person's going to come back, right? Like whatever is happening right now with this with this heartbreak, like the space, like, and I keep on hearing like somebody stumbling over themselves to apologize. This is why it doesn't matter. Like sometimes an apology doesn't erase what we've seen, right? And I keep on getting this. And the one thing I will point out about this that's important, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now because I see you struggling with something. And I'm going to tell you right now. The difference between someone that says, I didn't tell you because I thought you were too good to be true, right? The modality by which another person was still healing from their past experiences versus the modality of someone who effectively avoids telling you because they don't want the same thing for you. The way that you can usually interpret the difference is by the energy effectively taking accountability as to why, right? And I keep on getting this. If this is a situation, right? If this is a situation when another, like if this is a situation by which another person is taking full accountability, like if they're articulating to you saying, this is what I did, this is why I did it, it was a stupid thing to do, then that is usually the sound of someone that you recognize made a grievous error because they were misconstruing the trauma that they experienced versus who they effectively knew you to be. But if this is the energy that is trying to avoid that, right? If this is energy trying to come up with excuses or trying to come up with reasons or trying to effectively allow the emotional outburst, like the space by which they're saying to you how much it's killing them, it's not about, right? That is that right there, right? That right there is showing you what is not helpful. Because I keep on hearing emotional outbursts are not accountability, right? Somebody falling into the space of their emotions is avoiding the conversation. I'm going to say that again. Someone that moves into the full tilt of an emotional outburst is avoiding the conversation, right? And that is not you being cruel, right? If you see somebody that instead of answering a question moves into emotional outburst, you have to reorient them. Being like, and this is why I keep on hearing, that is not you being cruel, but it's convenient, isn't it? It's convenient by which you ask a question, and instead of getting an answer, another person becomes emotional, because then when you try to reorient, they go, how can you be so cruel? But it's not cruelty if the emotions did not answer the question, because the emotions are the distraction point, right? So don't let somebody articulate that you're being cruel if every time you ask a question, they have an emotional outburst, and then try to articulate that you're being mean in terms of asking them for the answer to what you asked them about. Because that is literally the space by which you see somebody effectively, right, trying to effectively utilize emotions in a way by which they're not trying to explain something, but they're trying to garner sympathy. And it's not okay to be in an adult conversation and trying to garner sympathy, because the modality by which we take responsibility, we can't garner sympathy for the emotionality of something that we've done, right? You have to understand this. We only garner sympathy for things that happen to us. And that's what you can say to someone, which is that you're not being cruel. You can't ask somebody to garner sympathy for yourself, okay? You garner sympathy for things that happen to you, right? Like if I were to smack you in the face and then you are upset, then it's okay for me to garner, for another person to garner sympathy towards it. But the modality by which you ask someone a question, and then in the modality by which they fall apart in the answering from it, and you being like, can you answer the question? And they're going, how can you be so cruel? You have to calibrate them as saying, you can't garner sympathy for yourself. Right? They're trying to change the conversation by trying to change it into a conversation of garnering sympathy instead of answering the question. So make sure that you're pointing that out. We never get in the space by which we say, we don't avoid conversations by trying to change the conversation to one by which another person should garner sympathy for the fact that we're carrying emotions about our choices. That is effectively a form of distraction. And even in the space bottom of the deck, that's why witnessing it, right? That's why you're seeing all of those Tower and Death cards, which is saying pay attention to someone that is asking you to garner sympathy for them and their choices instead of answering questions. Because the modality by which, right, the modality by which we take accountability for our actions is not the profundity of articulating the emotions that we feel about the fact that we made the action, but the ability to converse about what we would do differently, right? Don't let another person coming into the modality by which they try to take power back in a conversation by creating a space by which they're trying to garner sympathy for something that they did to themselves to move you out of the clarity of perspective of what is occurring. And I hope that the ability to articulate that helps you kind of work to heal, because I can see that, like, I can see the fact of working through a lot of that energetic embarrassment, but I like to keep on hearing your divine counterpart. You know this. Your divine counterpart will have an explanation, right? Your divine counterpart will not fall apart in the asking of a question. Your divine counterpart will always honor you with an answer. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list tomorrow. And when you get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for, and you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for after the Daily Collective. I mean, before the Daily Collective, not after the Daily Collective, before the Daily Collective begins. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 125.7K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure they're tapping the screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. I keep on getting the same message coming through there, Kiara Marie, which says you do not need to have, you are not cruel if you're not garnering sympathy for someone who recognizes what they've done, right? The modality by which we take energetic accountability is not the space by which we try to project another person being cruel because we feel emotional about it. It's that we don't avoid the conversation by moving into, like, we don't move into the emotional. I keep wondering, like, the emotional storm, right? We don't let the emotional storm distract us from the conversation. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Ivana. Yeah, I mean, again, and I like to point out the difference that we're seeing there, right there, Chrissy, in relationality to chances is the accountability that allows one to be able to identify what one needs to be doing better, right? That, like, and that's the thing you have to understand. There's no chances, because when we understand what we need to do better, like, that's the sound of us energetically progressing, right? That's why the accountability is important. Yeah, I literally said, I'll be here if you just tell the truth. Exactly. And Cham, thank you for the follow about their feelings. I know they were hiding something and they just couldn't get it through. Yeah. But Amanda, thank you for the follow. But I keep on seeing, like, this is effectively, like, that's the calibration point between someone that's actually ready to work with you versus someone, right? Like, the ability of another person articulating what was effectively wrong and what they're doing better, right? Versus the space by which another person is just coming towards you emotionally and saying that you're not being, like, you're not being compassionate about enough about the fact that they feel bad that they hurt you. That's ridiculous, right? Don't let somebody, like, that's what it is. Don't let somebody make you feel like you're being cruel because you're not being compassionate enough about the fact that they are hurt they're emotional that they hurt you. Like that, it doesn't work like that. And thank you, Sherry, for those heart me's. And for anybody, and thank you for becoming the 126 member in my fan club. Appreciate you. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. I hope those messages helped. Diamond, thank you for the follow. Yeah, very much. And so yeah, very much anything brought up, right? Like somebody can't do that. Someone can't say, you're really hurting me because you're not being compassionate enough about the fact that I'm hurting, that I hurt you. Like it doesn't work like that, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, exactly. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Agnes. Agnes, if you're here. I'm still looking for Michelle. Michelle or Agnes, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, for anybody who's waiting for the one-card readings, we have one more reading today, and then we're going to get started on the one card. So if you are here waiting, just stick around and we'll get started on one card shortly. If you are, so Michelle, you're here as well. So correction, we've got 2 more reads before we start the one card. Michelle, over on the place where we keep the videos, in order to have your reading, I just need you to confirm the last initial. You don't have to put your full last name. I need the last initial that the reading was sent through. So if you could just supply me that, we'll be able to proceed forward with the reading. Just pausing, friends. I'm just waiting to get confirmation on the read. So, ECT, can you please confirm the name that you sent? Oh, you're Agnes. Okay, Agnes, can you please I need you to, yes, thank you. Can you just please confirm the last name, the initial of the last name that the donation was sent through? I just need you to confirm that before we continue. That's perfect. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it. All right, perfect. Before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, can I please get 3 cards, please? Ooh. Oh, 1 minute, please. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, and 1 more, please. 3. All right. One minute. Okay. All right, before we continue, I do need to take a moment to step away. So I'm going to step away just a moment and we're going to continue with this reading. So thank you for your patience. Just bear with me a minute and I'll be right back. Thank you. right. Thank you for your patience. Excellent. Where were we? All right. Wow, this, it feels very much like, I don't know, I feel like I see you trying to get something off the ground. And it feels like really big idea energy. You know what I feel like it feels like? Like I just see some kind of situation. Um, I need to give you, I feel like there's something important um, in terms, like I keep on getting I keep on hearing something like a big project is good, but I keep on hearing like a big project is basically a bunch of small projects that all effectively kind of work towards the same direction is what I keep on seeing. And I think that that's something that's very important, specifically because I keep on getting the sense that the observation of being able, the space by which one is able to effectively facilitate upon something is the ability to help another person understand what that energetic vision is. And I feel like there's something really important about that because I see you, like I see you having this incredibly amazing gift at being good at many, 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 many different things, right? Like it is literally giving me the energy of like, it's giving me like self-starter in the most incredible way possible. But what often happens, like often what I see with someone that has a lot of different interests is the ability to effectively like I keep wondering, like sharpen those interests so that they move into the space of helping another person see you with clarity. I feel like that's where I kind of see you right now. You know, I feel like I see you trying to explain to another person what it is that you energetically do. And I keep on getting that the ability for you to effectively, tighten or articulate what it is that you're trying to do is going to allow more opportunities to come towards you. And I feel like there's something important about that because the hard part is I see you very much. I feel like I see you like I feel like I see you shying away from a word that you want to call yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's literally like I literally see you like trying to articulate to another person and then going like this because I feel like you've got like I want to describe this. I feel like you've got some kind of fear of putting on airs is what I keep on getting. And I need to stress this to you, right? Like it's not false if it's true. It's not bragging. I keep wondering, it's not bragging if it's true. But I feel like there's some kind of inner child wound that you're working to effectively heal from in terms of another person telling you that it's like I keep on hearing, like I feel like I see a lot of inner child wounds around you in terms of somebody trying to say to you like, oh, you know, it's like I keep on hearing insecure energy tells us that it's not, insecure energy tells us that it's ugly to brag about ourselves when they're trying to accuse us, which is the modality by which, when we understand that that's often the shape of another person's insecurity, right? The work that we do in recognizing another's insecurity in terms of feeling, like in terms of feeling the ability to effectively articulate what we're good at, I feel like I see a lot of that energy that I keep on seeing that you're perpetually working to heal from. So I want you to, I want you to almost get, I almost like, here's the thing, I want to give you some kind of practice on this. I want to kind of articulate to you that what I think that you need to be doing right now is you need to get in front of a mirror every day and say who you are out loud. You gotta look yourself, you gotta like look yourself in the eye, and you gotta start saying that out loud. And you gotta start saying, I keep on hearing, you gotta start saying it proudly. Right? And I feel like there's something about that that feels somewhat ancestral that I'm picking up there, because the modality by which you're able to articulate upon who you are out loud, right? I feel like that is you effectively like helping, like I keep on saying, it's helping, it's not just helping you at this moment, but I feel like there's a lot of inner child healing there, because I keep on seeing we protect our inner child by saying, but we protect our inner child by saying their name out loud. And what I mean about that is the modality by which it is okay for you to be proud. Like it's okay if you, it's okay for you to be proud of something that you're energetically doing, right? It's okay for you to be proud of something if you're actively working through it. The only time, right? The only time you shouldn't be proud of something is if you articulate something that isn't, like that isn't the energetic case, or the modality by which I keep on hearing, like you allow that, it's like you allow the effective like self-doubt to effectively create the space by which you yourself like work through something. Because I feel like I kind of see this like mutual work that I see that you're doing right now in terms of helping, I keep on getting like in terms of helping, like you help others heal when you identify yourself, when you articulate upon that. Because I just keep on seeing that there's so much of this work that I'm seeing here is like I've got you like working really hard in a lot of different directions, in a lot of different ways. And I literally see a situation or circumstance by which, right, like the circumstance or situation by which you effectively articulate upon how you, like the identification point of the work that you're doing that allows others to effectively see you in that same way. And I want to point out there's something important there too, because the space by which, like the space by which we appreciate one another is the space by which we articulate and claim credit for things. So I almost feel like there's something important there too, because if you, I keep on hearing, if you've been working fastidiously in a lot of different directions, and another person takes energetic offense in the modality of you articulating what you know to be energetically true, then that tells you everything you need to know about the state or nature that you have related to the future that you're hoping to build with them, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy around you right now, right? Like the space by which, like I keep on hearing, the space by which we energetically appreciate one another is the modality by which we energetically articulate upon the work that we're doing with one another. So I feel like that's interesting, because I almost feel like I see you going through a maturation space And that maturation space is requiring you to take space in things, right? It's requiring, and I keep on hearing, you stating your energetic position is how you're claiming space. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like there's something here that's very healing, and it feels like it's connected to ancestral, right? Like I feel like there's a little, like I feel like you're doing some work right now to heal an ancestral line. And I feel like often when I see the work that's happening to heal an ancestral line, it can feel like the energy that, like it often, like I like to point out, like often ancestral line energy, sometimes it feels a little bit like this, which is the energy being like, who's that over there? Like, oh, that's no, like that's no one, right? Like the space by which another person often feels like, and this is what can sometimes happen in the space by which another person is trying to fit in, right? This is often what happens when we're trying to heal ancestral cycles, because when you're building into the context of understanding the energy that was trying to heal you by saying like, oh, you have to fit in, and to fit in you have to stay energetically small, and to fit in, like don't let anyone know you're there, then often the space by which we start to heal that is by saying, but I am here, right? But I am here, right? And it's understanding the shape and nature that changes in terms of what is needed in a situation, which is sometimes feels oppositional from what another person may have tried to heal in us by saying, by another person saying like, oh, like, you know, keep yourself small, right? Like the identification of someone who tries to care about us, but they give us the wrong energetic lesson because they're trying to effectively teach us what they needed to survive, which says like, oh, keep yourself small, and you having to effectively heal an energetic cycle, but saying like, that was necessary when you were going through your path work, I need to be taller, right? Like it's understanding the observation that often the space by which we recognize that something that we're doing is healing feels like it rubs against the grain doesn't mean that it's not energetically needed, right? Because something that's needed sometimes rubs against the grain in the best way possible. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the next person read for. I'm sorry, you get on the list tomorrow, and you will be the second person read for before we begin the Daily Collective tomorrow. Apologies. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but thank you again, Agnes, for having that reading with me. And just bear with me a moment. And thank you, Sherry, for those heart me's. Deeply appreciate it. Amanda, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome. And Diamond, thank you for the follow as well. Absolutely. I know they're coming up a lot. Oh, you had to do, I know you've done that mirror. I know it's really hard. I know it's really hard, but it sometimes helps a lot, right? Because I feel like that often helps us. Like I feel like that was specifically coming through to help the inner child, by which another person said like, don't talk about yourself. You know what I mean? Like that is literally the work that we often have to do when energy's like, you know, like because like, and I want you to understand that often comes through, it often comes through the guides when somebody's healing from trauma, where somebody says, you know, it's really ugly when you talk about yourself, right? It comes through specifically when someone's trying to heal the insecurity from another's insecurity that created trauma, by which another person says, you know, it's really ugly when you talk about the self. Because the way that you're able to heal that is the ability to speak towards yourself in the mirror, is being able to see how beautiful you are, right? Like, look how beautiful you are as you articulate what's energetically important and valuable to you, right? Like that. And that's why I know it's cringe inducing, but that's why often that's the work that's necessary potentially to heal the inner child that was told over and over that it was ugly to talk about themselves. Like that's literally the self healing the self by saying like, look how beautiful you are when you're saying these things. Wow, I literally let out a guttural yelp and the tears just ran down my face in an instant. Sending you so much support on that journey. I know it's not easy, but I keep on seeing like like if you recognize, like it says to me, like often that's the amplification of someone that's trying to care for you, but in a way that doesn't feel like the most helpful to you. Like I feel like that's you trying to help the conversation in terms of identifying. Like I keep wondering, it's helping you heal in two ways, which is to say someone did not intend to hurt you, but also this is how you play. And thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey, dear. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Masa. I truly knew I found that self-love when I could look myself in the eyes and say I love you without crying. That's really beautiful, Bridget. Thank you so much for sharing that here. Yeah, seen and not heard energy. Exactly. I've never tried doing that mirror work. I'm afraid I'd be laughing. I'm going to try and find out. Absolutely. Yeah, I used to surround myself with it and post-it note of affirmation. Yeah, but like I keep wondering that specifically it will help the inner child that was hurt by being told that it was ugly when they talked about themselves, right? Like that's how you can energetically heal it, is being able to articulate and see yourself and see how beautiful you can be when you talk about the space of being able to identify what gives it meaning. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, I'm still looking today for Michelle. I need to point out too, you know, it's interesting, you know, Nicole, I need to point this out. Before, when I couldn't, is Nicole still here? I'm looking for Nicole. Yes, so Nicole, I'm going to post here. So it's interesting because I went to do your reading. I went to do your reading previously. And when I went to go do your reading, I drawn a bunch of cards came out. And it's interesting because when I did your reading, I felt impelled to draw new cards. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a photograph of these cards and I'm going to effectively post them in the feed with the dream, because the thing about it is there's a bunch of details in that dream. Like that dream is highly encoded, and there's more to effectively work. Like it's a highly encoded dream and there's more to be able to interpret there. So I wasn't called to read these cards, but these cards are relevant to that dream. So I'm going to take a photo and post them there in case there's any in case there's a space by which you want to explore that more. Okay? So I'm just going to include that there because I feel like there's something important about being able to share these with you that I feel like will help. Okay, thank you, dear. Okay, we're going to continue right now. We are now moving into the one-card readings for superfans. If you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there will also entitle you to a one-card. So if you're interested and you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, if you decide to become a paid member there, you are also entitled to receive a free one-card reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. You had an ancestral dream before you were called to do that mirror work. That is fascinating. Oh, thank you, Nicole. That wasn't necessary, but I deeply appreciate it. I have to do reverse mirror work. My mom always told me I was amazing. My ego was too much back then. I mean, I wouldn't describe it. Listen, I wouldn't describe it as reverse ego work. I wouldn't describe it as reverse ego work, but I feel like, you know, I feel like there's something like, you know, it's interesting that you articulate that. Oh, no, thank you, Nicole. It's appreciated. Okay, let's get to it. We got one card's coming through. Ava, divine counterpart connection. Somebody's going through it, man. You know? Like, I literally see the situation of someone kind of going through all of the stages. And I feel like a lot of it is, it almost feels like somebody who's like kind of angry with their guides right now. Yeah, like King of Cups, you know? Um, but like the thing I keep on, like, it's interesting too, because sometimes it's healthy to feel like that, because I feel like I see somebody who's working on not feeling the need to have to be strong all the time. So I almost feel like there's some type of work that I see somebody going through right now. Yeah, especially with the crane energy, right? Like someone working through the ability of feeling okay to be upset with things, right? Like I feel like there's something important about that, specifically related, like um, specifically related to working into the condition of being able to effectively, um, like I keep on getting the guides like saying like the only way out is through, right? Like I can almost feel like I see somebody that's working through something, and they can already feel the space by which they can identify themselves on the other side of it, is what I keep on getting. Um, I got you, Julia. I know it doesn't feel like it, but it feels like you're actively working towards that right now. You know, bottom of the deck on this, yeah, particularly with this King of Cups. You know, I keep on seeing you have to think of things right now as investments, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on getting that the modality by which you're energetically investing into things is, I keep on getting it's helping you to be able to amplify and articulate upon, um, like I keep on seeing like this is like I keep on hearing like the same message keeps on coming through with you, and especially with the crane energy, like it's saying to me slow and steady, like one thing at a time is sublime, because that's how we get stronger in something. So just continue. I keep on hearing like every day, don't get upset about what you need to do. Every day chart the progress that you're making to getting towards where you need to go, is what I keep on seeing. Investment in progress is what I keep on seeing. Yep. Ivana, one card on the tingling and pressure in the middle of, yeah. One card on the tingling and forehead in the middle of, really? I'm sorry. One card on the tingling and pressure in the middle of the forehead while meditating. Yeah, it's the third eye, right? It's your third eye trying to open. Yeah, it's not like some things, are some things aren't metaphorical, is what I keep on getting. Not everything is a metaphor, is what I keep on hearing. Not some things are just like literal, like some things are just energetically literal. So the modality, like I feel like that is you kind of working through that, and the fact by which you feel it, right? Like the fact that you feel it tingling is the activation point of it, right? Like it's like that's what you're seeing there. And thank you, Julie. And I would pay attention to what you're thinking at the times that that occurs. Yeah. You're welcome, dear. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. Oh, animal spirit guide on that, dear. Yeah, especially with the goose. Like I'm energetically laughing in the best way possible, because like that's a very positive thing to be occurring while you're meditating, right? Like that's good, because it's like it's the tangibility of energetically feeling, like it's the feeling that effectively leads to the way that we articulate it, right? Like the modality of feeling that activation. I'm going back up, dear. Thank you. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yes. And thank you for those heart me's, Julia. One card for Bridget, highest priority. It's so funny because I was like, it's interesting because I was like, why am I getting mind your business? Which is like, and then the eight, like I always like to point out the Eight of Pentacles is always like, but here's the thing about it. I keep on hearing, like the reason I feel like the highest priority that's coming through right now in relationality to minding one's business is I keep on stressing minding one's business does not mean, right? Right? It doesn't mean that we avoid things, right? We often misinterpret about this, right? Because the business by which anything that we put our mind to becomes our business, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's almost like the energy of someone saying, mind your business, and being like, that is my business because I'm concerned about it, right? Nobody gets to tell you, yeah, like Queen of Cups, right? Nobody gets to tell you what your business is because where you put your mind is your business, right? Which is the modality or the experience by which you articulate to another and state, this is energetically, like this is energetically important, right? So I feel like there's something about that. Like I feel like this is you like healing from energetically nosy energy, or the energy that articulates that one is nosy, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the hind energy, right? Because the value and importance of hind energy is allowing ourselves to maintain focus in terms of what we energetically care about. And I can kind of see, I feel like I see a circumstance or situation there by which, like, I almost see you effectively helping another person, like through, like I don't see somebody trying to say like, oh, you don't care about us, and you being like, no, I might be the person that's caring about you more than anyone because I'm telling you, like I almost see you saying to someone, I care about you more than anybody because I'm telling you what you need to hear rather than what you want to hear, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting healthy energy appreciates and supports energy that helps us, like that shows us things, right? Because a healthy relationship shows us more, doesn't require us to avoid things, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of that energy there. One card, Melissa, general, please. We've got the Knight of Wands and it's upright. So I feel like there's something about you doing something in a different way, or articulating or speaking upon yourself more. Yeah, every time I read about you, I feel like this is you getting, like, taking a more personal, like putting some kind of personal, like personal point into something, being able to articulate to someone why you care about something the way you do. Yeah, specifically and particularly with the adder energy. I feel like a lot of that adder, like I feel like this is you. Like this is you somehow integrating. Like I don't know why I keep on hearing this is you somehow or integrating work and personal life, right? And I feel like in the best way possible, because I feel like this is you taking some kind of holistic approach to thing in terms of not feeling the need to compartmentalize but universalize, is what I keep on getting. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Figment. Okay, can I get one card in relationality to that energy? It's an issue of impulse control. They have to recognize, they have to take accountability for the impulse control. And the hard part with impulse control, and I think that you potentially recognize this. There are aspects that sometimes if we have poor impulse control. There are factors that can worsen it, potentially as it relates to how someone gets when they're in a certain state, is what I keep on seeing. So, bottom of the deck, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this otter energy, right? I feel like there's some kind of extra factor there, which might have to do with how someone might become when there is, I don't want to be too specific on this, but if one has issues with impulse control, then sometimes the introduction of things that create less impulse control can sometimes get the better of us, is the best way I keep on seeing. So if somebody is ready to take accountability for that impulse control, there is always a possibility that someone can heal. But I see somebody having to effectively articulate their responsibility in terms of that, particularly if that's something that's happened before, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like the question you need to say to someone is, has that happened before? Have you been in situations by which something like that occurred? Yeah, it was a giant dream. Yep. Oh, sending you so much support, Nicole. Yes, one card, please, on will they recognize? Oh. The thing I keep on getting here, the thing that needs to be recognized is like the word that the identification point in recognition is saying to me, like I see somebody that how do I describe this? Like they feel like somebody who feels an energetic connection towards someone is what I keep on seeing. But bottom of the deck on this, like the Hierophant in its reversal, and I need to stress this, the way that you're articulating the concept of divine counterpart may potentially be misaligned because divine counterpart isn't energetically recognized, it's effectively found, right? And so the modality by which it's not a circumstance or situation of recognizing, because the modality by which we energetically recognize has to do with like what we ourselves are effectively working towards. So I feel like the question itself feels like the wrong question, as it were, particularly and especially, like the fox energy, like the thing you have to understand is that when we're building into energetic union, it's not based on recognition, it's based on mutual effort. So I feel like the question is like the modality by which someone finds them in the investiture of the mutual effort. Like when they see that mutual effort, they will recognize the mutual effort that allows something to move into that aspect of energetic union. I hope that clarifies. Yeah, absolutely. Biggest priority for Avatar, please. Whoop. We've got the two of, that card was all over the place. You see that? Yeah, I keep on getting, allow the space by which you're able to energetically communicate upon something. Like it's saying to me, like, this is you finding stability, but I keep on hearing like, your ability to effectively articulate stability is how you effectively, I keep on hearing like, think about shedding light on things. which is the modality by which you help another person build clarity in terms of what it is they're trying to do. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Lover's card in its upright, right? I keep on seeing it's okay. Like, if you're building into a relationship with someone, it's okay for you not to have to lead the question in terms of what the manifestation goal is, right? Like the ability of you saying to another person, right? Like, tell me what your desired manifestation goal is, right? It's okay if you start that conversation. I keep wondering to avoid some kind of bobblehead energy that goes, yeah, I want that too, right? Like somebody being like, yeah, animal spirit guide, like especially with the earth dragon. Like if you feel like you've had a lot of this like yeah energy, right? Like the modality by which you articulate what an ideal is, another person just says like yes, but isn't as invested in it. Allow the space by which you can say, like, you can lead the question in terms of saying, like, what is your energetic ideal, right? It's the opportunity or the adaptability to be able to build into things that help us find direction. Absolutely. Per one card, please, General. Yeah, Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like it's in relationality to divine counterpart connection. I see somebody closing some kind of energetic cycle. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is somebody recovering from a bad relationship. It's funny too, because I keep on seeing them say like, I'm never, like I see them being like, I'm not doing that again. Right? Yeah, now they're energetically ready, is what I keep on seeing. Every time I read for this energy, I keep on getting the same sense. Like it feels like somebody going through a really deep betrayal, like the modality by which I keep on seeing the space by which they would have been there for somebody forever until another person tried to blame them for their support, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting like some kind of strong Leo energy, because that's almost the energy like the modality by which we feel wounded in terms of an experience by which we try to help another person as much as we can, and then another person throws that help in our face, is often like, I keep wondering that's the last time you ever see that Leo energy again, right? The modality by which it's like that's the pain that often Leos get into when they feel the experience of trying to help and another person tries to communicate that they don't see the help as help but as harm. You know? Yeah. This makes complete sense. My guides keep saying, swipe your card. Oh, that's wild. You're so welcome, Julia. Yeah, I get a twitch as soon as I go into meditation. But I feel like this is the guides. Like, I feel like that's them helping you in some way. Like, I keep on feeling like that's them being like, that's like, it feels like encouragement is what I keep on getting. You know? White, the list is closed today. We're doing one card readings for superfans. If you'd like to become a superfan, you just hit that arrow at the bottom of the screen, and that'll make you eligible for one card. Or you can get on the list and you'll be read for tomorrow. It's 3 cards for 29 or more. You're welcome, dear. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Oh, you did? That's wild, Ivana. Thank you for the follow, White. Good. Yep. Absolutely. I'm going, and thank you for reminding me that I missed a few. Hi there. Thank you, dear. I wasn't sure if that was from my ex headbutting me there. Oh dear, sending you support. That's awful. Yeah, absolutely. You're so welcome, Bridget. I got you, Ruby. 1 minute. Their feelings towards you. I feel like I see somebody missing you. But I also see someone who who feels like they didn't energetically appreciate you when they had you. You know, like I see somebody trying to replay something. Yeah, especially with this bear energy. It feels like somebody who's like going through the waves of feeling like they blew it. You know? Thank you for those roses, Derek. Yep. It surrounds every issue. Oh, sending you support, Nicole. Lisa, what is calling your attention in this new season? Woo! Healing. Like, I feel like a lot of this is you trying to, like, I keep on hearing a little bit every day goes a long way. You know, the thing about empathic energy is that I keep on getting empathic energy can often feel the pull of energy that demands attention. But I keep on seeing like your ability of navigating situations with the proportionality of the energy that you know that you need to give them rather than the force of intention that another person hopes to expect from you is how you're energetically healing something, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, healthy energy does not demand attention, right? Healthy energy does not, I keep wondering, healthy energy does not demand attention, right? It's the space by which we energetically, like I keep on hearing, the space by which we command attention is when we recognize that we're working attentively, is what I keep on seeing. Yep. Highest priority for Erica, please. Yeah, the Knight of Swords in its reversal. I feel like there's something in relationality to this work that I see that you're doing, which is recognizing like um I keep on hearing the like the trauma that occurs in the space by which, like I keep on seeing like it's not polite to insist, right? And the modality by which another person articulates and says, why won't you let me be nice to you, is often the reason why we don't. Because it's the observation of energy that gets angry, not in being mindful of navigating our wishes, but being able to articulate, like that's energy creating their own audacity, right? Because it's the identification of another person not being attentive to our needs and then getting irate because they want to give us something that we're not inclined to receive. Bottom of the deck on this, like especially with the Five of Pentacles in its reversal, right? That's the observation or working through the energetic healing that I see that you yourself are doing as it relates to being able to effectively, I keep on seeing like, yeah, communicate and trust. Like this is you holding your energy more preciously, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I feel like that's somebody who has to take accountability for how they get, like especially if it feels like they move towards things that require them to disassociate, you know, like as it relates to like external factors. Oh, thank you for confirming, Nicole. Yeah, sending you so much support on that journey. Kendall, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Nicole. Yep, I got you. Good vibes. One card, highest priority, please. Two of Swords. Cards coming up a lot. You're like energy that loves you loves seeing standards on you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, energy that loves you will love seeing standards on you. Energy that wants you but doesn't necessarily want to do the work to be, but energy that wants you but doesn't want to do the work to like meet you will articulate upon an audacity for you having them, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the air dragon, right? It's not your responsibility. You like the modality, like I keep on hearing, as long as we're doing the work to explain why a standard is a standard, right? As long as our standards are explainable and they're not our trauma masquerading, not our trauma masquerading in disguise of a standard, then it's the space by which we don't need to get into over explanation upon them. And I keep wondering, pay attention to someone that you offer a clear explanation as to why you have a standard and they effectively move into the space of questioning it instead of respecting it, right? Pay attention because that's usually showing you exactly why it was necessary to have that standard in the first place. Healthy energy will be like, oh, of course, right? Sometimes we notice that we're in healthy energy because the silliness that we feel in having to express this helps us recognize how far we've come. Don't worry about feeling silly and stating them. Just state them. And Allie, thank you for reposting. Thank you for the follow, Peaches. Yes, I was sure about that, Avatar. I'm getting that deck to see what's in it. Yep. The list is, as I mentioned, White, the list is closed today. If you want to send the donation and be on the list for tomorrow, you can do so. Or if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Hi there, Ivana. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Per. Thank you for the follow, White. You're welcome, Per. Yeah, I don't think your intimacy wounds are not going to bother someone at all. Thank you for reposting, Kiara Marie. I appreciate you. Yeah, they still talk to me, so I'm confused. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting because like I feel like it's somebody who feels like they miss some kind of opportunity with you. You know? No, I wasn't saying that they were going to be impulsive tonight, but I saw somebody that has to work on recognizing like recognizing their like some energy, like we recognize like like when you like that's also shadow work, like recognizing that one has poor impulse control. That's good, right? Like it's because once you recognize it, you can do something about it. You're welcome, Erica. You're welcome, Good Vibes. You felt that too. Oh, you're so welcome, Good. You're so welcome, Ruby. All right, final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today. If you just became a super fan today, I would encourage you to message me directly from this live with a disco gift, and I will send you an invite to our subscriber-only disco channel. Make sure that you introduce yourself to the collective, and in the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to continue our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards and the wand suit. We will be back on tomorrow. If you get on the list today or prior to me going live, you will be having privilege and be read for before we start the daily collective. We've already got one person on the list today for that. Bridget, you're the first person on the list tomorrow. And we will be on a little bit later tomorrow, so we should be on closer to 1 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Hitting that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.